Chapter 42-55. The figure stopped Fu Hongye in his tracks. He dashed towards Fu Hongye, his body bound by 6 chains. However, he was too strong. He could still shatter the heavens and earth even when he was bound by the chains. Oh no, Hongye is in danger. The people of Wushuang City tensed up when they saw this. The people of Great Desolate Mansion sneered. They did not expect Huang Shishan to be able to control Fu Hongye. This figure was really out of their expectations. It seemed that they had won this battle. Fu Hongye was dead and Huang Shishan had joined the battle. Although Lin Xian and the others were stronger, they could still turn the tables. Huang Shishan, you are indeed stronger than before. However, it is still impossible for you to defeat me. Fu Hongye's eyes shone with a cold light. He quickly formed a seal with his palms. Then, the maple tree behind him started to sway rapidly. A terrifying aura spread out. The maple tree seemed to have come alive. Mysterious runes appeared on the maple tree. A terrifying energy spread out and dyed the heavens and earth in red. Countless people were shocked when they saw this. Even the experts of Sacred City were shocked. This Fu Hongye actually had such a shocking skill. It was truly inconceivable. Although the maple tree was just an illusion, it was becoming more and more real. It was as if it had transcended time and space. The heavens and earth started to sway along with the maple tree. Fu Hongye was extremely nervous. Even his hands were trembling slightly. It was clear that he had also used an ultimate technique that was beyond his strength. The ancient blood sealed everything. A deep sound was heard. Along with it, endless red leaves swept across the 9 heavens. The entire world was dyed red. Everything else lost its luster. The people who were watching the battle from outside narrowed their eyes. They saw that the maple tree was rapidly swaying, and boundless leaves were rushing out from it. Each of them had the power to seal the heavens and earth. Wherever they passed, everything would be sealed. There was no way to stop them. This mystique shocked them. Initially, Huang Shishan had a cold smile on his face. He knew that he was going to win this time. His opponent would not be able to stop him because he had cast a forbidden mystique. Even if he won, he would be severely injured. However, when he sensed the power of the red leaves that filled the sky, his expression turned incomparably ugly. In terms of power, it posed a threat to him. It could even affect that majestic figure. Damn it! His expression changed, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining the broken stone tablet. His palm continued to draw runes, and the majestic figure became even more terrifying. With a roar, his strength increased again. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, it merged with the red maple leaves that filled the sky. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering sound rang out as a terrifying storm of laws swept out in all directions. The originally red world was now filled with a desolate aura. Everywhere he passed, everything became barren and ruined. What happened? All the people in the space looked up, and even the experts of the holy city who were fighting stopped and turned their heads to look. They saw the destruction of the world. It was a battle between Fu Hongye and Huang Shishan. Someone cried out in alarm. Was the victor going to be decided? The people outside were even more nervous. The terrifying rumbling of the laws lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Next, they saw a maple tree rooted between the sky and the earth, shaking non-stop. A figure stood under the maple tree. It was Fu Hongye. His face was pale. It was obvious that he had used up too much of his strength, but he still stood there. On the other side, Huang Shishan was sent flying while spitting out blood. His body was shattered. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the previous battle. He had been completely suppressed. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were all stunned. They could not believe it. Especially the people of the Great Desolate Mansion. They felt like they were dreaming. That was Huang Shishan, and he had used the taboo god call. The figure that he had summoned was so terrifying that even a middle saint venerable would not be able to resist it. However, Fu Hongye had blocked it. It was unbelievable. At this moment, Fu Hongye made another move. The endless red maple leaves condensed into a red sword, which he held in his hand. Huang Shusan's pupils shrank. Damn it, he wanted to attack again. Was he trying to kill him? He quickly gathered his strength and fled into the distance. Buzz! In the next moment, the red maple leaves fell and landed on Huang Shusan's body. Desolate 13 tried to block the attack with the broken stone tablet. With a clang, the cracks on the steel became even more terrifying. 1/3 of the steel had turned into dust. Huang Shusan's heart was bleeding. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Fortunately, he was able to block this attack. Then, he used a secret technique and disappeared. Even Huang Shusan had been defeated. The people of the 6 great sacred cities still had hope, but when they saw this scene, they were terrified. Their scalps went numb. Run away. They ran away even faster. Fu Hongye wanted to chase after them. However, he soon frowned because he felt that an even more terrifying existence was descending. Retreat, everyone, leave! He roared and quickly retreated. The endless maple leaves formed a red mountain in front of him to block the attack. Bang! He was sent flying. Not good, senior brother Hongye is injured. Damn it, a late Saint Venerable is here. Yu Ruo, Lu Yuan, and the others cried out in alarm. Their faces became extremely grave. Sure enough, an old figure appeared in the sky. He stretched out a finger. Scram! At this moment, another voice rang out. It was an extremely terrifying voice. Following that, a sword light slashed down. How dare you attack my Wushuang city? Do you have the ability? Linghu Chuishua walked out and stood in the sky. He faced off against the powerful late Saint Venerable old man. At the same time, even more terrifying figures appeared in the surroundings. There were people from the Yellow Spring Hall and Lin Xian's side. Those holy venerables seemed to have gathered as well. The surrounding people felt an extremely terrifying suppression. Although they were all holy venerables, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change with every increase in cultivation. Compared to them, late Saint Venerables were too terrifying. They simply did not have the strength to resist. Immediately, everyone retreated. Lin Xian and the others also split up and started fighting on their own. After all, if they gathered together, they would be a big target. It would be easy for late Saint Venerables to target them. Big Brother Xian, what should we do? Murong Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, and the others asked. Lin Xian said, Be careful. Don't fight with those late Saint Venerables. I'll go deal with one person. After saying that, a cold murderous intent burst out of Linghu Chuishua's eyes. Then, he soared into the air and flew into the distance. Great desolate manor, it is time for you to pay a painful price. Chapter 4256. Lin Xian left alone to hunt down Huang Shusan. Although Huang Shusan was a prodigy of the previous generation, he was very powerful and had already reached the middle stage of the sacred venerable realm. However, Huang Shusan had been severely injured in the battle with Fu Hongye. Lin Xian felt that this was a good opportunity, so he was ready to make a move. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes, and a pair of divine eyes looked down from the sky. At the same time, he activated the ancient mirror to investigate. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. Is he hiding? Looks like he's seriously injured. Thinking of this, he increased his speed. There were a few mountains in front of him. Although they weren't tall, they exuded a primordial aura. It was like a divine mountain. Looks like Huang Shusan has chosen a good place to escape. After Lin Xian arrived, he felt an unusual aura, which made him feel shocked. In the next moment, he snorted and waved his hand. The blue dragon's 9 palms rushed out. It was as if the 9 divine dragons had come back to life. They blasted out in all directions. Suddenly, there was the sound of barriers breaking. It was obvious that Huang Shusan had set up a formation here. He's quite cautious, but it's useless. Lin Xian sneered. Come out, I've found you. No one came out from the front, but there were countless laws descending in the surroundings, sweeping in all directions. Soon, a sneer came from inside. "Kid, how dare you come here alone? Are you here to die?" Along with the voice, a figure walked out. It was Huang Shi-san. At this moment, his body was stained with blood, which was unusually glaring. His face was extremely pale. However, his eyes were filled with endless killing intent that stirred the surrounding wind and clouds. He firmly locked onto Lin Xian. "You're wrong. I'm not here to die. I'm here to kill you," Lin Xian said in a sonorous voice. "Kill me?" Huang Shi-san looked up to the sky and laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Kid, do you think you can challenge me just because I'm injured? You're courting death. Looks like you still don't know the difference between us. Let me tell you, even if I'm injured, I'm not someone you can challenge." When the people outside saw this scene, they were also in an uproar. This Lin Xian was too audacious, wasn't he? Even he wanted to kill Huang Shi-san. The faces of the people from the great desolate mansion turned ugly. The elders gritted their teeth and said, "Kill this brat." Truth be told, they were worried about Desolate 13's injuries. If it was Fu Hongye who came after them, they would naturally be afraid. However, they didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. The other party was strong, but he was only an early-stage holy venerate. However, Huang Shi-san was a true middle-stage holy exalted. "Die for me." Desolate 13 snorted coldly. Two brilliant rays of light shot out from his eyes. Boundless divine rainbows streaked across the sky like two shooting stars. Suddenly, the sky and earth shook. The void continued to shatter as the ground cracked open. A terrifying power swept out towards Lin Xian. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from outside became solemn once again. Even though Huang Shi-san was severely injured, he was still able to unleash a powerful attack. He wanted them to know that even if Huang Shi-san was injured, he wasn't someone who could be defeated by just anyone. Lin Xian naturally knew this as well, so he didn't dare to be careless. In an instant, he unleashed 10 different types of laws. The 10 ultimate sword formation was instantly unleashed and surrounded him. Terrifying sword chi rose from the ground. It slashed forward. Boom! 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 At this moment, the faces of the trial takers in the space changed once again. "Who is it?" They looked at the terrifying scene in the distance and gasped. Another top-notch expert was fighting. They didn't go over because they couldn't even take care of themselves. The 6 great sacred cities and the 8 major forces were fighting, and many late-stage holy venerates had also come out. Everyone had to focus on the battle when it broke out. However, the 6 great sacred cities were doomed to suffer heavy losses. "It's useless. Now that you're severely injured, I can kill you." Lin Xian took a step forward. The sword chi on his body swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, he was like a peerless sword, as if he could control the world. The 10 types of laws turned into sword chi and circled around him. He looked forward. "You don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll use your head to show my might." Huang Shi-san also shouted angrily. Suddenly, the surrounding sky and earth spun and shook for 1,000 miles. He was completely furious. At this moment, he swallowed a pill to suppress his injuries and then quickly charged over. Buzz! 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 He waved his hand. The laws between heaven and earth surged violently, forming 5 scimitars with an extremely terrifying desolate aura. It could take away all life. The 5 scimitars were like crescent moons. They descended from the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. The moon was in the wilderness. A powerful divine skill was unleashed. Lin Xian snorted and unleashed his sword technique to fight back. The two's attacks were earth-shattering. The sonorous sound of swords and sabers rang out. Lin Xian felt a huge force coming toward him. It made his hand go numb. He snorted and activated the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. A shocking force erupted again. It forced the 5 scimitars back. Huang Shi-san also had eyes. Damn it! His opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. Although his opponent was only a small saint, his strength was far beyond an early-stage Saint Venerable. He was not far from a middle-stage Saint Venerable. Moreover, he was injured previously. At this moment, he could not unleash his peak strength at all. He was actually forced back by his opponent. With a roar, he formed seals with his palms and blasted over like lightning. They were like two black suns descending from the sky. This aura was really terrifying. Desolate sky, bright moon seal. The 10 ultimate sword formation shook. Lin Xian also felt his blood and qi churning. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his eyes became even brighter. 9 yang divine body. His physique bloomed with endless radiance. A terrifying force burst out. Lin Xian continued to wield his sword aura and slashed forward. Kill. The 10 ultimate sword qi used the Taiji diagram as the foundation. It spun continuously and brought with it the power to destroy everything. It collided fiercely with the other party's desolate sky bright music seal. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, the two's ultimate skills disappeared. The people who were watching the battle were dumbfounded. What? They were evenly matched. Could this Lin Xian really contend with Desolate 13? It was too unbelievable. They felt that they had gone crazy. This guy was fighting across several realms. The faces of the people of the great desolate mansion turned ugly. Gritting his teeth, Desolate 13 roared and charged forward at full speed. Every step he took was intertwined with the great Tao. One step seemed to cover 1,000 miles. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian and blasted out a punch. The clouds in all directions moved. Heaven and earth instantly lost their color. Heavenly steel palm. The terrifying fist turned into a huge heavenly steel and soared up into the sky. It wanted to suppress Lin Xian. With a roar, Lin Xian also punched out with his fist. The 10 senses sword formation revolved around his fist and exploded with the power of the tiger demon fist. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two was earth-shattering. All kinds of skills were used. It was unimaginable. At this moment, a terrifying radiance burst out from Lin Xian's eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes. Overturning heaven and earth. Desolate 13's body trembled. A look of confusion appeared in his eyes. His soul was violently impacted. Then, he vomited blood and was sent flying. Arc! He roared at the sky. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The injuries that he had been suppressing erupted again. Many cracks appeared on his body. Not good. Desolate 13 was injured. Moreover, his previous injuries had erupted. When the people outside saw this scene, they all cried out in surprise. Chapter 4257. How dare you injure my soul? I'll kill you! Desolate 13 roared at the sky. His glabella split open and the broken stone tablet appeared once again. It suppressed the heaven and earth and blocked the terrifying soul attack. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood and a mysterious talisman appeared on the stone tablet. Then, a huge canyon appeared behind him. The sound of chains rattling could be heard from the canyon. Then, a tall figure appeared. The figure was abnormally blurry, but it was indomitable and intimidating. There were 6 chains wrapped around his body, and the ends of the chains were in the canyon. Obviously, this person was sealed in the canyon. Just who was it that could seal such a supreme existence? It was truly unbelievable. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. Desolate 13's face turned even paler, but he smiled. He knew that his opponent would not be able to stop him. Even if his opponent had 10 types of laws and could form the 10 senses sword formation, he would not be able to stop this figure. Unless his opponent's cultivation was at the same level as him, a mid-stage Saint Venerable, then he would have a chance to fight him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Outside, the people of the great desolate mansion were also laughing. They knew that there was no suspense in this battle. Although Huang Shursen had suffered even more severe injuries after this battle, he was still happy that he had managed to kill Lin Xian once and for all. The people of Acheron Hall and Myriad Demon City sneered. The elders of Wushuang City were extremely nervous. After all, it was this divine ability that had injured Fu Hongye. No matter how strong Fu Hongye was, she could not kill Desolate 13. Could Lin Xian do it now? It was not that they did not believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's talent was already heaven-defying. He was probably stronger than Desolate 13 and Fu Hongye. However, Lin Xian was only a small saint. He was still far from becoming a saint venerable. Not to mention fighting a mid-stage saint venerable. It was too difficult. Are you finally using your strongest trump card? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I admit that your trump card is very strong. But so what? Do you think I don't have any trump cards? Lin Xian sent out his trump card. The great dragon sword spirit merged with the 10 senses sword formation. He gripped the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and the power of the 10 ultimate sword formation enveloped it completely. Then, Lin Xian roared, Immortal! The sword slashed down. At this moment, he did not hold back at all. All the power in his body was gathered in this sword. With one sword strike, his body became somewhat unstable. However, he still clenched his teeth and roared out, gripping it tightly. Under this sword, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Even the expressions of the late-stage holy venerables in the distance changed. Oh no, who is it? They felt a chill run down their spines and turned their heads to look. Huang Shusan's expression changed drastically. How was this possible? How could his opponent possess such an attack? He roared crazily and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. He could only resist. When he thought of this, he unleashed his power to the extreme, disregarding the consequences of activating the figure. The person who was chained up in the canyon also roared at the sky when he felt the power of the dragon-shaped sword soul. His palms split open the sky like a mountain, and his aura was oppressive. Then, he clapped his palms together. It was as if it had turned into a peerless heavenly blade, slashing forward. Clang! With one strike, the sound of thunder could be heard, spreading for tens of millions of miles. The people in the distance. Their ears were bleeding from the deafening sound. In the collision, the person's arm suddenly shattered, and countless cracks appeared. He was sent flying back with a roar, crashing into the canyon. The illusory image of the canyon faded. Then, under this sword, a crack actually appeared in the canyon. Damn it, this is impossible! Seeing this, the people of the great desolate mansion roared crazily. What the hell is this? How could it be so terrifying? The eyes of the other holy kings were also shining with extremely terrifying light. They pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, trying to see clearly. Huang Shusan was not in the mood to care about what kind of trump card it was. He only wanted to escape. However, he could not do so. After the cracks appeared in the canyon, it automatically disappeared. He could only use the broken stone tablet to block in front of him. However, this time, the stone tablet shattered into pieces, and he was also slashed apart by the sword strike. Throughout the entire process, there was nothing blocking it. It was too terrifying. When the elders of the holy city saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid was simply heaven-defying. There was still hope for the people of the great desolate mansion. They were only slashed apart, so they should not die. Indeed, at their level, it was not easy for them to die. However, after waiting for a long time, they realized that the slashed body did not fuse back together. In fact, Huang Shusan's body fell to the ground. What was going on? Was he dead? This saber strike had directly annihilated the soul. Those people were going crazy. Lin Xian also fell from the sky, crashing into the ground. His face had also turned incomparably pale. The sword strike just now was extremely powerful, but it came at a great price. All the energy in his body was sucked away. He did not even have the strength to stand up. If anyone else came here, he would be in great danger. The people of the great desolate mansion went crazy after seeing Huang Shusan killed with a single slash. The people of the Acheron Hall and Myriad Demon City were also nervous. They did not expect their opponent to have such a trump card. They could not believe it. However, when they saw that their opponent was completely powerless, they revealed a ferocious expression. Great, now is the time. They must take this opportunity to kill their opponent. These saint kings formed seals with their palms, and actually used an exceptional mystical power, and began to transmit their voices inside. This was their only chance to kill Lin Xian. Moreover, they were very interested in the dragon-shaped sword shadow that Lin Xian had used. It was definitely a terrifying treasure. Some of the sage kings were also interested in the azure dragon horn. This was because this thing could command a group of dragons. The soaring sage king wanted it very much. There were also sage kings who wanted Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. It could be said that Lin Xian's body was full of treasures. If they could get their hands on it, they might be able to break through again. These sage kings did not speak, but they secretly gathered their energy and used powerful methods to transmit messages. Soon, the soaring sage king's face was covered in cold sweat. The silver corpse sage king's face was also pale. After all, this was an inheritance that had been passed down for countless years. Outsiders would not be able to interfere. It was already so difficult for them to transmit a message. However, with so many sage kings secretly working together, they really succeeded. They managed to transmit a message. Soon, the experts who were still fighting received the message, and their eyes lit up. They turned and rushed into the distance. Linwoody must die. They must get what Linwoody had. Everyone's eyes were red, especially those late-stage sage venerables. They tore the void apart. Where are you going? Ling Hu Chuixia roared and rushed over with his men. These people were very fast, and it did not take long for them to reach the mountain range from before. When they saw that the entire world had been split apart, they were stunned. What kind of battle had happened before? Look, it's Huangshi-san. Some sage venerables almost fainted when they saw the scene before them. The people of the great desolate mansion knelt on the ground. This was impossible. Huangshi-san was killed. Who was it? Chapter 4258. The scene that unfolded before their eyes had truly shocked these people. Soon, they discovered that besides Huangshi-san, there was another figure. Another figure was also lying in the ruins. It was Linwoody. Countless people exclaimed. Could it be that Linwoody had killed Huangshi-san? The surrounding people went crazy. Some of the experts from the holy city looked gloomy. They had already heard about this from the holy king. Their goal was to capture Lin Xian. So, when they saw this scene, they attacked without saying a word. A huge palm covered the sky and the earth. It was like an ancient demonic mountain pressing down on Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the entire world to tremble. It was a late-stage holy venerate from the Yellow Spring Hall. His attack was shocking. The surrounding people felt their blood boil. Fu Hongye roared. How dare you! Ling Hu Chuixue brandished his sword and blocked the Yellow Spring hand. Several experts from the surrounding holy city attacked. For a moment, Lin Xian was in extreme danger. Brother Xian, run! Murong Qingqing exclaimed. At the same time, she ordered the late-stage holy venerate from the Kunlun pavilion to attack. However, Lin Xian couldn't escape at all. Not good! Yurua's eyes were black and white. She frowned as she looked ahead. He has almost no energy left in his body. Take him away quickly! Lu Yuan also moved. The others also wanted to save Lin Xian. However, the experts from the other holy city sneered. They absolutely wouldn't allow these people to attack. For a moment, the world was completely sealed. Want to save him? In your next life, today will be the day of his death. Cold sneers could be heard one after another. These late-stage holy venerates held their swords and walked forward. It's over. The people watching the battle shook their heads and sighed. This time, Lin Xian would die without a doubt. Lin Xian's face was extremely pale when he saw this scene. He swallowed a pill to recover some of his strength. However, this bit of energy couldn't help him escape. Moreover, he didn't plan to escape. Didn't these people want to kill him? Fine, he would accompany them to the end. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and formed a seal with great difficulty before his voice sounded. Everyone, please enter the dream. At this critical moment, he activated the illusion leaf. Rays of brilliant light burst out from the leaves and encapsulated the heavens and earth. In the next moment, everyone felt as if the world was turning upside down. When they came back to their senses, they realized that their surroundings had already changed. What's going on? What happened? A few people cried out in alarm, not understanding at all. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. He was no longer weak here. Instead, he stood in the void. Welcome to my world, where I am the master. What makes you think you can dominate us? You don't even have the slightest bit of strength left. How are you going to dominate? An early-stage holy venerate demonic beast from the 10,000 Fiend city laughed coldly. That holy venerate demonic beast attacked mercilessly, throwing a punch that immediately shattered space. It looked like he wanted to knock Lin Xian away. However, Lin Xian did indeed move his finger. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky and shattered that holy venerate demonic beast. A bloody mist spread out, startling everyone. What's going on? Did he recover his strength? Damn it! How can this be? Those early-stage holy venerates all retreated, as if they were facing a great enemy. After all, Lin Xian, at his peak, could kill early-stage holy venerates as easily as chopping vegetables. There was no need to be afraid. He could not do anything here. However, the late-stage holy venerates smiled coldly. So what if the other party recovered his strength? One of the old men threw a saber strike. A terrifying saber light swept out in all directions. The surrounding people were knocked back. However, Lin Xian's figure instantly vanished. He appeared in another location. It is useless. You cannot injure me at all. I am the master here. What's going on? That old man's expression sank. Soon, someone exclaimed, "Damn it! This is not the real world. This is the spiritual world. We fell for an illusion. Damn it! Unseal it." Someone formed hand seals, wanting to escape from the illusion. However, he discovered that it was impossible. The people watching the battle outside were also stunned. They realized that the experts of the sacred city were all standing there without moving. It was as if they had turned into statues. Damn it! What's going on? Some of the holy city elders roared, "Quickly attack." However, some of the sage rulers frowned. Could it be that they fell for an illusion? That can't be. Lin Woody is already injured to this extent. How can he still use such a powerful illusion? Damn it! Did he use a sage ruler weapon? An extremely cold light burst out of God King Soaring Sky's eyes. To be able to instantly control so many late-stage holy venerates, this was definitely the power of a sage ruler. However, there were also people who frowned. That should not be the case. If Lin Woody used this power, he would immediately be suppressed. He might even be sent out and disqualified. However, that was not the case now. For a moment, these sage rulers could not understand. The dream leaf was indeed given to Lin Xian by a sage ruler. However, this thing relied on Lin Xian's soul as its foundation. Hence, the judgment of power was based on Lin Xian's soul. Lin Xian was a ruler. He was not a sage ruler. Hence, this space would not treat the dream leaf as sage Wangli. Lin Xian took a deep breath and a smile appeared on his face. He said, "Senior brother, quickly attack. I can't hold on for too long." Indeed, although the dream leaf was miraculous, it could not control so many experts for a long time. Furthermore, there were several late-stage holy venerates. Lin Xian felt that he could imprison these people for 5 seconds. I know. Ling Huchueshue and the others took a deep breath. Among them, the eyes of the experts from Kunlun, Azure Sea Pavilion, and Joyful Union Palace also lit up. This was an opportunity for them. As for the experts from Yellow Spring Hall, they roared, "Quickly break out of the encirclement." Since this was an illusion set up by the other party, they had to break it. Instantly, all sorts of auras erupted. These people's souls spread out in all directions. As for Lin Xian, he snorted coldly. Imprison everything. Lin Xian was the ruler of the entire illusionary world. Hence, he gave the order to imprison the surroundings. The people from the holy cities could not move. Oh no! Ling Huchuixue and the others roared. Quickly attack! They erupted with their strongest strength and attacked frantically. Pooh! A sword light flashed, and the Yellow Spring Hall's late-stage Holy Venerate got chopped in half. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Is heaven really that horrifying? Quickly run! They struggled even more intensely. The surrounding space shook rapidly. Clearly, it could not hold on any longer. Lin Xian showed a cold expression. They only had 5 seconds. Even Lin Xian was not confident of how far he could go. 5 seconds was very short. However, it was enough for these experts. Boom! The 10,000 Fiend City's late-stage Holy Venerate got torn apart. The Kunlun Mountains suppressed the Great Desolate Mansion's late-stage Holy Venerate. The Thunder God's late-stage Holy Venerate got drowned by the Azure Sea's water. As for the early-stage Holy Venerates and middle-stage Holy Venerates, they suffered even more disastrous losses. The Thunder God's late-stage Holy Venerate exploded. 5 seconds passed quickly. During this time, the Holy Venerates all suffered severe injuries. After 5 seconds, the surviving late-stage Holy Venerates roared crazily. Crack! The entire illusionary world shattered like a mirror. In the next moment, the Holy Venerates could move again. They returned to the real world. Quickly run? Their thoughts were not revenge, but escape. Earlier, they had truly suffered severe injuries. 10 odd late-stage Holy Venerates were killed. Their souls were forever destroyed. Their bodies fell into the rubble. Half of the Holy Venerates died. The surviving Holy Venerates were also severely injured. Their souls merged with their bodies, causing them to vomit blood non-stop. Chapter 4259. Run! These people were running away frantically. Ling Huchuixue and the others were chasing after them. Those who were watching the battle did not know what was going on. When they saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Only a few seconds had passed? The experts on their side had been severely injured and had even fled. What exactly had happened? Damn it! Seeing their side collapsing again, the Saint Kings and Elders' faces turned ugly. Their hearts were bleeding. They had even discovered that there were really late Saint Venerables who had fallen. Moreover, there was more than one. There were more than 10 of them. The remaining people were dying even more. Not good. If this continues, there will be more deaths. Many elders gritted their teeth. The Saint Kings knew this too. Especially the Silver Corpse Saint King, his face was pale. He realized that the Acheron Palace had lost 4 late-stage Saint Venerables. Damn it! They stood up, and their auras surged in all directions. Peerless Saint King sneered. You can't hold it in anymore? I've said it before. Don't jump to conclusions too early. The 3 dragon tribes also smiled. It seemed that following the Azure Dragon Horn was the right choice. This time, if they could really defeat those saint cities, they would gain great benefits. We can't let this continue. I suspect that the brat used some extreme methods. Soaring Sky Saint King stood up and said coldly. Desolate Sky Saint King nodded. That's right. The scene just now was too strange. He clearly did not have any strength, but he was able to cause such an outcome. Lei Xingqing, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Purple Sun Palace's Saint Venerables also stood up. They said that they could not let this continue. They had to either stop or change the rules. Stop? Why didn't you think of stopping when you attacked us? Peerless City's elder snorted. Indeed, when the 6 saint cities attacked them, no one stood up and said such words. Now that the situation had changed, these people could not take it anymore. What a joke. Peerless Saint King also snorted. You want to stop? Do you think this is a game? Obviously, both sides had different opinions and started to quarrel. Some of the Saint Kings even emitted terrifying auras. The entire world started to collapse. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The extraterrestrials also gasped. Would this cause a Saint King level battle? Thousand Demon City, don't go too far. The experts of the 3 dragon clans stood up. The people of the Blue Sea Pavilion also frowned. Some people were still unable to cover the sky with a single hand. The people of Kunlun also snorted coldly. You want to fight? We will accompany you to the end. Stop arguing. At this moment, a cold and gloomy voice sounded, shaking the surroundings. Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was the Silver Corpse Saint King. Flying Sky Saint King said, "Whatever you say is useless." Yellow Spring Hall is the host this time. Brother Silver Corpse, what do you think? Yes, they had to stop or change the rules. The Silver Corpse Saint King's face was gloomy. He said, "What happened before is too strange. I also feel that it is very unfair if this continues. Thus, I decided to use my only chance to change the rules of the second stage." The moment these words came out, God King Soaring Sky and the others revealed a trace of malevolence. Peerless Saint King and his allies, who were smiling, furrowed their brows. However, they didn't say anything. After all, as the host, Acheron Hall did have a chance to change the rules. Of course, this rule had to be approved by the majority. Otherwise, if they changed the rules to only benefit Acheron Hall, the other Saint cities wouldn't agree. How do you want to change it? The Azure Dragon King asked coldly. It's very simple. Pick your opponent. Each power would take turns as the arena master to pick their opponent. Those who were picked could reject it. However, that was equivalent to failing twice. Those who rejected 3 times would be disqualified. Those who couldn't participate in the next stage. Those who were killed or kicked out of the arena would be disqualified. Of course, late-stage Saint Venerables couldn't take the initiative to pick someone 2 levels lower than them, unless they sealed their own cultivation. What do you all think? The moment these words came out, the surrounding people started discussing. Flying Sky Saint King and the others were naturally willing. As long as they could stop the battles, they would raise both hands in agreement. However, Peerless City's side was silent. To be honest, this rule didn't sound like a problem, but it was very dangerous when it was implemented. After all, it was very easy for the strong to fight the weak. Needless to say, Yellow Spring Hall would still target them. However, if they used it well, they could continue to hunt those people. Therefore, Peerless King nodded and said, "I have no objections. However, I have to remind you that you only have one chance to change the rules. After this, you won't have another chance. I'd like to see if you can still smile after changing the rules. You don't have to worry about that." Hearing that, Silver Corpse Saint King snorted coldly. Since even Peerless Saint King had approved of it, the other Saint Kings nodded in agreement as well. After all, if they didn't agree, Silver Corpse Saint King would probably propose an even more disadvantageous rule. Since that's the case, let's begin. After saying that, the Saint Kings formed hand seals and flew into the distance. Of course, it wasn't their real bodies. They all sent out a clone and merged into the space. In the next moment, the space broke open and countless terrifying figures appeared. As a result, the people who were still fighting in the space were all stunned. "Stop!" Silver Corpse Saint King roared, and the 9 heavens shook. Everyone stopped, and some of them narrowed their eyes. What's going on? Why are the Saint Kings here? Are they going to make a move too? From now on, stop fighting. The rules have changed. Hearing that voice, everyone was shocked again. Changing the rules? Lin Xian, Ling Huchuishue, and the others frowned. Damn it, these guys wanted to change the rules when they saw that they were at a disadvantage. How despicable. Moreover, what shocked them was that they actually succeeded. They didn't say anything and quickly retreated. The Saint Kings of the Sacred City in the sky also stood on one side. Then, they called everyone back. "Master, what's going on?" Ling Huchuishue and the others asked when they returned. Peerless King sneered. Of course, they wanted to change the situation because they had one chance. However, he wouldn't let them turn the tables. The rules were quickly announced, and the others' eyes lit up. Silver Corpse Saint King said, "All right, let's begin." After saying that, the people from Acheron Hall were the first to sneer. As the host, they were the first to be the ringleaders. This time, a middle-aged Saint Venerable walked out. His face was extremely cold. In an instant, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Get out here." As expected, he was targeting Lin Xian. The people from Peerless City also darkened. Lin Xian's strength had not recovered and was still very weak. Now that he was targeted by a middle-aged Saint Venerable, it would be very dangerous. If he refused, it would be equivalent to failing twice. Moreover, the people from Acheron Hall would definitely not do it themselves. Next, Great Desolate Mansion, Myriad Sword Pavilion, and Demon City would definitely call out Lin Xian. This way, if Lin Xian refused 3 times, he would be eliminated. Chapter 4260. Kid, what's wrong? You don't dare? If you don't dare, kneel down and admit defeat. If you dare to target me, I'll let you know what regret is. The middle-aged Saint Venerable did not hide the killing intent in his eyes at all. He was targeting Lin Xian. The surrounding people gasped when they heard this. They did not know what Lin Xian would choose. Would he admit defeat directly? That way, he could buy some time to recover. Damn it, I'll fight you. Fu Hongye snorted and was about to attack. However, the person opposite her sneered. You don't have the right to choose. I'm the champion now. I can choose. Lin Xian's brother, Xinjingqiu, also looked nervous. She said, "Why don't we reject this battle first and win after recovering our strength?" Indeed, the others had the same idea. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring. He swallowed it and said, "No need, I still have the strength to stand. Help me up." What? The people of Peerless City were stunned. Junior brother Lin, don't be impulsive. Fu Hongye frowned. Yura said, "Your strength is too weak now. You don't even have 1/10 of your strength. You can't resist at all." Shangguan Shaoxian also said, "They're obviously targeting you. Don't fall for their provocation." Lin Xian said, "It's okay, I really still have the strength to stand." As he spoke, he coughed twice and almost lost his balance. The surrounding people could only roll their eyes. You can fall with a gust of wind. You still have the strength to stand? What a joke. Kid, are you okay? Peerless Sacred King also transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded and gave him a reassuring look. Peerless Sacred King then said, "All right, since he insists, let him try." Junior brother, Ling Huichuixue and the others wanted to say something, but Peerless Sacred King stopped them. Since even Peerless Sacred King said so, perhaps Lin Xian really had a way. "Well, I don't have enough strength to fly now. Send me up," Lin Xian said. Xinjingqiu became his assistant. Shangguan Shaoxian also walked over and said, "I want to help too." The two of them supported Lin Xian and flew him into the distance, landing on the arena below. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they went crazy. Oh my god, what was the meaning of this? Was Lin Wuyi going to step up? What kind of joke was this? He couldn't even fly and had to be supported by others. He still wants to fight? At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Murong Qingqing was also nervous. Even Meng Qing and Guan Cunghai had no idea what Lin Xian was up to. Those from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion and the Great Desolate Mansion also had strange expressions on their faces. This brat was too arrogant. Did he think that he was invincible after defeating Wang Jiani and killing Huang Shi-san? Humph, today is the day he dies. These people gritted their teeth. The arena master of Acheron Hall was stunned. Then, a smile appeared on his face. That was great. From the looks of it, the other party did not seem to be faking it at all. Didn't have much strength. He could kill such a person with just a raise of his hand. After placing Lin Xian on the arena, Xin Jingqiu and Shangguan Shaoxian left. The arena master said, "Tell me, brat. How do you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian glanced at the arena master and sat on the ground. He said while eating pills to recover his strength. "Although I don't even have 1% of my strength now, it's more than enough to kill a piece of trash like you." When these words came out, the crowd was shocked. Arrogant, he was really too arrogant. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Xian was putting up a strong front. The face of the Acheron Hall's person darkened. "Are you provoking me? Very well, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Then, his body shone brightly and a terrifying lob burst out. In an instant, he turned into a flash of lightning and appeared in front of Lin Xian. "Go to hell." He slapped down, wanting to turn Lin Xian into a bloody mist. The surrounding people were all stunned. This was a middle-stage holy venerate. How strong was he? Even if Lin Xian was at his peak, he might not be able to block such a move. Buzz! In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's body began to shake. However, he suddenly raised his head, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. Strange talisman scripts spun quickly in his eyes. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. An extremely terrifying eye flame charged forward. Ah! On the other side, the Acheron Hall's middle stage holy venerate shrieked miserably. That holy venerate hall's palm did not fall. Instead, he hugged his head and rolled around in the air. He looked like he had gone crazy. The surrounding people were stunned. What's going on? Is it a soul attack? That's impossible. This brat's soul can even injure a middle stage holy venerate? Everyone was stunned. The Acheron Hall's people did not dare to believe it. The other party could not even fly, yet he could injure a middle stage holy venerate. This was simply unbelievable. Lin Xian also paled. He withdrew his gaze. Honestly, although Xiao Chen's soul energy was strong, it was not possible for him to injure a middle stage holy venerate. However, it was not that Xiao Chen did not have any tricks up his sleeve. He used the dream leaf. This was a spiritual world that a holy ruler created. It contained strong soul energy. At this moment, Lin Xian directly extracted the soul energy in the dream leaf. He used it to strengthen his heavenly secret divine eyes. This way, it was equivalent to him obtaining a strong soul energy. Hence, he could injure the other party. However, the soul energy in the dream leaf was limited. Once Xiao Chen used it up, then he would not be able to injure a middle stage holy venerate. Hence, Xiao Chen had to do his best to recover his strength quickly. Lin Xian had used his heavenly secret divine eye flame. The other party could not endure it at all. At this moment, the other party did not stand up. Clearly, his soul was severely injured. As for Lin Xian, he staggered to his feet and even vomited a mouthful of blood. However, Xiao Chen still managed to stand up in the end. He said, "I already said that I still have the strength to stand. I won this battle." Hearing this, countless people were shocked. Some people from the holy city fell silent. Their faces were extremely ugly. Xiao Chen had indeed won. Xiao Chen, a powerless person, actually won the battle. It was hard to believe. The people from the Acheron Hall vomited a mouthful of blood. The previous battle had caused them to suffer heavy losses. Half of them had perished, while the remaining half were able to survive. They could be said to be the elites of the elites. However, they did not expect to be severely injured as soon as they entered the arena. This was a complete loss of face. "Help me back." Lin Xian stood up and won the battle. Then, he waved his hand in the distance. Xin Jingqiu and Shangguan Shaoxian flew over and helped him back. This scene was extremely strange. You are already so weak, but you are still so strong. How were they going to let others live? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian returned to the peerless holy ruler's side. The peerless holy ruler nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "Well done. It seems that the people from the Acheron Hall are too weak. When you face them in the future, just use 1% of your strength. They probably won't be able to withstand it. Chapter 42-61. The silver corpse, Holy King's face turned ashen. What a slap to his face. They had suffered heavy losses before this. More than half of their experts had fallen. Now that they had changed the rules, they thought they could regain their reputation. Who would have thought that they would lose so miserably in their first battle? The other holy city's experts' faces turned ugly. This guy had no strength, but his soul was still so powerful. Damn it! The second battle was between the Limitless Sect and the Seven Star Towers experts. The two of them fought, and the Seven Star Towers experts won. Next, it was the Great Desolate Mansion's turn. The eyes of the Great Desolate Mansion's experts were filled with killing intent. They had also lost the late-stage Saint Venerable on their side. Moreover, Huang Shisan had been killed by the other party. Therefore, they also wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, they were not confident and began to discuss. Should we make a move on this kid? Someone said that it would not be easy. This kid's soul was very powerful. Of course, there were also people who said that it was not certain. No matter how strong he was, he could not fight against a mid-stage Saint Venerable. I guess that was the last of his strength. Let's try again. Another mid-stage Saint Venerable walked out. He also challenged Lin Xian. The crowd gasped again. Right now, Lin Xian was furiously absorbing energy to recover. When he heard another challenge, he opened his eyes. He said, "Help me up. I can still fight." If this was the case again, this brat was really trying to mystify things. Would he be able to withstand it this time? With Xin Jingqiu and Shangguan Xiaoxian's help, Lin Xian came to the arena again. The Lightning Lord of the Great Desolate Mansion sneered. "Kid, I don't believe you have any strength left." With a roar, he charged forward. However, he soon let out a miserable shriek. His soul had also suffered from the impact of the attack. This time, his soul was directly destroyed. Is he dead? The surrounding people went crazy. Not only did this guy's strength not weaken, he became stronger. He killed a mid-stage Saint Venerable. How did he do it? The hearts of the Great Desolate Mansion's experts were bleeding. The other holy cities were also on high alert. Su Qin sneered. However, his pupils shrunk. It was obvious that the power he had just displayed was beyond what he could withstand. This time, he was injured again, but this should be enough to intimidate these people. As expected, no one dared to make a move against him in the following period of time. However, they had changed their target. They decided to attack the people around Lin Xian. For example, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was preparing to attack Xin Jingqiu. Another middle-stage Holy Venerate Sword Sage walked out. His powerful aura pierced through all directions. At this moment, he was staring at Xin Jingqiu. "Come out, you will definitely die today." A cold voice rang out. Everyone was in an uproar. The situation at Wushuangqing's city turned ugly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Damn it, these people couldn't beat him, so they decided to attack the people around him? Forget it, there's no need to stand in this round. Yura and Shangguan Xiaoxian had said that not everyone in the middle stage of Holy Venerate realm could turn the tables and fight. People like Lin Xian were simply heaven-defying. It would probably be very difficult for the others. However, Xin Jingqiu took a deep breath. "I won't admit defeat so easily. Even if I can't beat him, I'll still go." As she spoke, she walked forward. Lin Xian asked, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry, big brother Lin Xian, I can do it." As she spoke, her figure flashed, and she flew down like a fairy. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were stunned. No way. Is she really going to accept the challenge? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that she wants to fight against a middle-stage Holy Venerate as an early-stage Holy Venerate? She really doesn't know her limits. The expert from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. Great, I'll use her blood to make Lin Xian go crazy. Seeing Xin Jingqiu land, a sharp sword light slashed over. The berserk energy was unparalleled. Shinjingqiu did not hide. Her figure flashed, and she dodged. In the next moment, a Dharma idol appeared behind her, giving off a mysterious light. At the same time, she said coldly, "The rules of the competition state that the battle will only last for an incense stick's time. If I can hold on, it should be enough, right?" The crowd was in an uproar. So, this was what the other party was planning. Indeed, there was a time limit this time. They only had the time for an incense stick to burn. However, the person from the 10,000 Swords sect sneered. "Do you really think that you can last an incense stick's worth of time against me? Are you kidding me? If I can't kill you within 3 moves, I'll kill myself. Is that so? Alright, you've already used 1 move. You still have 2 moves left." Shinjingqiu snorted coldly. "I want to see how you end your own life." Dragon Elephant Sword Technique. What he used was an extremely terrifying sword technique. His movements were grand and powerful. He slashed out with his sword, creating the illusion of a dragon and elephant. This was an attack from a middle-stage Holy Venerate. An early-stage Holy Venerate would not be able to block it. However, he still underestimated Shinjingqiu. Shinjingqiu's heaven and earth Dharma form bloomed, forming 2 illusions that formed a triangle in the sky. After that, he could switch positions at will in these 3 worlds. It was equivalent to 2 spatial teleportation arrays. She used form displacement to dodge the 2 streaks of sword light. She then smiled and said, "3 moves have passed. You can't hurt me at all. Now you can kill yourself." What? She actually dodged it? The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people did not believe it. The others were also in an uproar. What was that? Heaven and earth Dharma form? Damn it. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's person's expression became extremely ugly. He was just casually saying it earlier. Because with his strength, it was simply too easy for him to kill her in an instant. After all, not everyone was as heaven-defying as Lin Xian. However, the outcome of the matter was beyond his expectations. The woman in front of him also had a strange technique. Hearing the other party's mockery, the Sword Saint snorted coldly. "Damn it, you've completely angered me. Speaking of which..." The Dragon Elephant Sword technique covered heaven and earth, enveloping the 3 illusions. "I don't believe that you can dodge it this time." The surrounding people also exclaimed. "It's over. This Shinjingqiu is in danger." That's right. Previously, when he switched positions, he relied on the element of surprise to dodge the attack. Now that he had been seen through, there was no way for him to escape. Unless he could take the attack head-on, how could he possibly take it? The surrounding people shook their heads. In fact, even Lin Xian and the others grew nervous. Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon Elephant Sword technique exploded and drowned everything. Countless streaks of sword shadows appeared between heaven and earth. It was shocking. When everything disappeared, the Dharma forms in the sky also disappeared. There was no trace of Shinjingqiu. Could it be that she has been destroyed? It seemed like not everyone could block it. Ha ha. The 10,000 Swords Pavilion's arena master laughed coldly. The great desolate mansion and the other sacred cities also laughed coldly. They had forgotten about Lin Xian. "Kid, let's see what you can do now." Lin Xian's expression changed. He did not believe that Qiu would die just like that. After all, he had absolute confidence in Shinjingqiu. In the next moment, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes and looked forward. Chapter 4262. Everyone thought that Shinjingqiu's soul had been destroyed, but Lin Xian laughed. "So that's how it is. This little girl is quite smart." In the arena, the man from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion sneered. "Lin Xian, now you know the consequences of going against us. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. From now on, we won't let go of anyone who is related to you. I want you to see them die one by one." He laughed proudly, but at that moment, a voice rang out. "Oh, is that so? Who told you that my soul has been destroyed?" "What? Impossible!" His laughter seemed to have been crushed by someone's hand. He roared crazily. Who is it? Why are you sneaking around? Come out! He looked around, and his sword energy was even more destructive. The surrounding people were stunned. Who is it? Someone said in a trembling voice. It was Shinjingqiu's voice. This is impossible. That woman's soul has been destroyed. How can she still be alive? This must be Lin Woody's illusion. However, the next moment, the crowd saw a figure appear in the sky. It was Shinjingqiu. She was unharmed. How is this possible? She is fine. How did she dodge the dragon elephant sword technique? The sword saint from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was stunned. Impossible. How did you do it? Shinjingqiu snorted coldly. You want to kill me with your sword technique? Impossible. Half an incense's time has passed. There is still half an incense's time left. I don't think you can hurt me. It seems that it's a draw. She wanted a draw. After all, her opponent was a mid-stage Saint Venerable, and she was only at the early stage. A draw was not considered a failure. Damn it! The dragon elephant annihilates the sky. The sword saint roared crazily. He exploded again. This time, his strength was even more terrifying than before. However, when everything disappeared, he thought that Shinjingqiu had been destroyed. In the end, Shinjingqiu appeared again. This happened 3 times. After an incense's time, Shinjingqiu was unharmed. The battle ended in a draw. The people from Wushuang City cheered. On the other side, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion's people looked terrible. A draw? Damn it! This was a slap to their face. Yoruo, Shangguan Shaoxian, looked at Shinjingqiu and smiled. Lin Xian also said, Well done! A smile appeared on Shinjingqiu's face, and then she went back to her usual self. Damn it, I don't believe that all the people around him are so powerful. Next, those people were prepared to attack Murong Qingqing. This time, it was the people from the Demon City. However, they failed as well. Murong Qingqing was also very strong. He also managed to dodge the attack of a middle-stage Holy Venerate. Following it, Qin Xiener, Guan Sanghai, and even Ming Qing and the others from the 3 dragon tribes were challenged too. They dodged. However, not everyone dodged. For example, there were people from the Stegosaurus race who died. There were also people from the Winged Dragon clan who died, which angered the Dragon clan. Damn it, it was time for their counterattack. Kunlun Pavilion's Hehuan Palace also made a move. Since the 2 sides had already become enemies, there was no need to be polite. They also sent middle-stage Holy Venerables to deal with the early-stage Holy Venerables. At first, there were still people who accepted the challenge, but after 2 of them were killed, the remaining few directly admitted defeat. They would rather lose 2 matches than come out. Soon, it was Wushuang Cheng's turn. Everyone was nervous and focused on the fight. They did not know who Wushuang Cheng was going to send. This was especially so for the people from the Acheron Hall. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. If Ling Huchuixue or Fu Hongye made a move, they would directly admit defeat. They would not give the other party a chance to counterattack. However, they soon discovered that it was not those 2 people. Instead, it was Yuruo. Yuruo challenged an early-stage Holy Venerate from the Demon City. It was nothing. They could just fight. After all, they were all elite experts. They did not believe that they would lose to others. Therefore, the person from the Demon City directly went up. In 10 moves he was killed by Yuruo. Yuruo's black and white eyes were extremely terrifying. She domineeringly killed a genius of the same level as her, and then returned. Damn it! These people gritted their teeth. Next, the people from the 3 dragon tribes also challenged the people from the Thunder God's City and the Great Desolate Mansion. The people from the Thunder God's City directly admitted defeat, while the people from the Great Desolate Mansion were killed. Both sides suffered losses. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were about to vomit blood. They had lost more than half of their geniuses earlier. Now, they could not afford to lose. Of course, there were also some people who displayed great strength. Lin Xian was one of them. Aside from him, the people from Wushuangqing were all very strong. There were also Murong Qinqing, Guan Sanghai, and the others. They were also extremely dazzling. However, there were two people who were even more terrifying. The first was Chao Tianxing. He defeated a mid-stage holy venerate from the giant spirit pavilion. His strength was shocking. The other was Gu Feng. Gu Feng did not participate in the fight between the Akron Hall and Wushuangqing. He attacked the people from the returning principal palace. In the end, he defeated a mid-stage holy venerate. This scene shocked everyone. It seemed that these two people were not weaker than Lin Xian. That was for sure. Between them and Professor Lin Xian, who was stronger? Discussions broke out one after another, but these people had forgotten one thing. Whether it was Chao Tianxing or Gu Feng, they were both early-stage holy venerates. Lin Xian was only a peak small sage. However, he was so strong that people forgot about his cultivation realm. Soon, the first round came to an end. Since some people won, others naturally fell. The people from the Akron Hall were not willing to accept this. When the second round started, they changed their strategy. They did not attack Lin Xian and the others. Instead, they decided to eliminate the peak combatants of Wushuangqing. This time, a late-stage holy venerate came out. The person he challenged was Fu Hongye. Everyone was shocked by this scene. It seemed like these people were going to kill him. Senior brother. The people from Wushuangqing looked at Fu Hongye. This was truly a difficult choice. Fu Hongye was strong, but he did not have much chance of winning against a late-stage holy venerate. Fu Hongye took a deep breath. I'll try. I'm not willing to admit defeat right away. Go. Do what you can. The Wushuangqing also said. This battle can be considered a challenge from Fu Hongye. Let's see where his limits are. I accept the challenge. Fu Hongye left. When he came out, everyone was in an uproar. It can't be. Is he really going to accept the challenge? The people from the Akron Hall revealed sinister smiles. This is great. This time, they will not fail again. The old man's eyes shone with a cold light. Fu Hongye came to the arena and took the initiative to attack. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared beside the old man. The red leaf in his hand kept falling. An illusion of a maple tree appeared behind him. In an instant, he executed his strongest magic ability. Chapter 42-63. Crack! 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 An extremely terrifying light appeared on the old man's body, directly shattering all the maple leaves. Then, he sneered and grabbed the white bones of the yellow spring with one hand. With a crack, half of Fu Hongye's body was grabbed, but there was no blood. Instead, it turned into countless maple leaves. His real body appeared in another place, and his expression became extremely ugly. Just now, he was only using his clone to test the waters, but the difference in strength was too great. The other party could easily destroy his divine ability. It's useless. You can't escape. Yellow fist destruction. The old man formed a seal with both hands and pressed toward the void. Immediately, the surrounding yellow spring water quickly spread, completely enveloping the entire world. Fu Hongye couldn't escape at all. Die. The old man laughed sinisterly, and a terrifying law erupted. Not good. When the people of Wushuang City saw this scene, their expressions became extremely ugly. They were all worried for Fu Hongye. Fu Hongye's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and suddenly burst out with an unparalleled secret technique. The five-fold increase in strength had caused a crack to appear on it. He rushed out. He could actually dodge it? The old man was surprised. You struggled and scattered. Fu Hongye had been suppressed, but whenever he was in danger, he would activate the unparalleled secret technique. He unleashed several times the strength to dodge. The old man didn't succeed. No way. He could actually block it. Unbelievable. This Fu Hongye was not an ordinary person. Seeing that he couldn't catch the other party in half an incense stick's time, the old man's face turned gloomy. He roared angrily, and the yellow spring diagram rotated, forming 3 clones that fought in all directions, forming a yellow spring formation. It directly locked Fu Hongye. This time, no matter what, he wouldn't let the other party escape. Fu Hongye was in an extremely dangerous situation. He merged with the maple tree behind him and charged forward. It was useless. The old man slapped out, and directly made Fu Hongye vomit blood. However, Fu Hongye didn't retreat. He quickly charged forward as if his entire body had turned into a maple tree. When his palm fell, endless maple leaves swayed and directly hit the old man's body. The old man's body swayed, and he was also injured. How was that possible? The old man was stunned, and so were the others. The difference between the two of them was a realm. Could Fu Hongye really break through the defense? What was this maple tree? It was too terrifying. Just like that, the two of them fought. Fu Hongye vomited blood, but the more he fought, the braver he became, and attacked crazily. In the end, the old man's hair was disheveled. Although he wasn't injured, he was completely embarrassed. In the end, the time it took for an incense stick to burn disappeared, and he still couldn't completely defeat Fu Hongye. Damn it! The old man, even after the time limit, he was still attacking the old man. Saint Emperor Wushwang harumphed coldly. A black vortex appeared and took Fu Hongye away. Then, he slapped the old man. The old man's body was immediately split in 2, and he roared crazily. The killings, his eyes filled his eyes. What a disgrace. Get your ass over here. When the silver corpse Saint King saw this, he snorted coldly and unleashed the yellow springs diagram to turn the old man back. Then 2 slaps were sent over. The old man knew that Saint Emperor was saving him. Otherwise he would suffer a fate worse than death if he fell into Saint Emperor Wushwang's hands. Sure enough, Saint Emperor Wushwang's face was cold as he stared at Holy King's silver corpse. He didn't attack again. Instead, he brought Fu Hongye back. At that moment, Fu Hongye's body was covered in injuries. It was obvious that he had been severely injured in the fight earlier. Hurry up and recover, Wushwang said. The others also had worried expressions. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Ling Huchuixue was even more furious. Next, the other Saint cities challenged Lin Xian again. They didn't believe that Lin Xian was so strong. Moreover, even if they were to exhaust Lin Xian, they would exhaust him to death. However, Lin Xian was much stronger than they had imagined. The eye technique that Lin Xian could execute now was enough to kill 5 middle-stage holy venerables. Moreover, his strength was still recovering. Lin Xian killed another 3 mid-stage saint venerables. After that, no one dared to challenge him. When it was time for Wushwang City's side to challenge Ling Huchuixue stepped forward. He challenged the Yellow Spring Hall's late-stage Saint Venerate. It was the old man who had attacked Fu Hongye. That old man had a cold expression. He attacked frantically, wanting to kill Ling Huchuixue. However, Ling Huchuixue's strength shocked him. Although he was nearly 3,000 years older than Ling Huchuixue, he was no match for him. Within 30 moves he was defeated by Ling Huchuixue. That old man's soul wanted to escape. However, Ling Huchuixue didn't give him the chance. A terrifying sword aura erupted and sealed everything, robbing the old man's soul. Damn it! My Yellow Spring Hall won't let you off! That was the old man's final roar. However, Ling Huchuixue's sword descended. I won't let your Yellow Spring Hall off either! Damn it! The Yellow Spring Hall's people were driven mad with anger. They roared toward the sky. Another top-notch expert was killed. They were unable to tolerate it. The others also felt their scalps go numb. It would appear that this was a scene that wouldn't end until one of them was dead. Holy King Silver Corpse's expression was ice-cold. He stared at Ling Huchuixue with a terrifying gaze. The yellow spring was surging in his eyes. Wushwang's Sage King snorted. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? I'll accompany you anytime. At the same time, a black vortex appeared in the sky, swallowing everything. The killing intent of the two kings filled the air again. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Humph! Holy King Silvercorpse snorted coldly and didn't make a move. In the following battles, his face turned even uglier. That was because the people from Wushuang City were specifically targeting them. Regardless of whether it was Lu Yuan, Shanghuan Shaoxian, or Ling Aojuan, they were all very powerful. Therefore, after a few rounds of fighting, they suffered heavy losses. The others like Great Desolate Mansion and Thousand Demons City weren't doing well either. They were targeted by the three dragon tribes, Kunlun Pavilion, and Union Palace. A new round had begun. This time, it was the people from Thousand Demons City who were ready to attack. They had used their ultimate skill, the Void Beast. After all these years of nurturing, the Void Beast had reached the early Holy Venerate realm. Its strength could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, the other party was also proficient in spatial divine abilities. Originally, they wanted to continue holding back, but they were eager to get rid of Lin Xian. This time, they would let the Void Beast attack. With a flash, a black-robed figure appeared on the stage. His entire body was covered by the black robe and no one could see him clearly. Only a cold voice could be heard. Get over here and die. Everyone was shocked. Was he here to challenge Lin Xian again? Lin Xian stood up. This time, he didn't need anyone to help him, and he could fly. After arriving, he said, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" That person sneered and charged over, slapping out a palm. Black light bloomed and a black claw as big as a mountain, carrying a destructive aura, charged towards Lin Xian. Chapter 42-64. At this moment, Lin Xian had recovered about 70 to 80% of his strength. Hence, his eyes shone brightly. He did not use any soul attack. Instead, he stomped his foot and punched out. Similarly, his fist was like a sun, blooming with light. Both of them unleashed an unparalleled aura. Then, they both retreated. Lin Xian summoned the 10 ultimate sword formation. He stabbed out with his sword towards the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure was instantly slashed apart. However, to everyone's surprise, no blood flowed out. There was not even a figure. Only the black-robed figure fell to the ground. What's going on? Where is he? Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. His figure swayed. The place where he was originally standing was instantly torn apart. The aftermath of the energy hit him and sent him flying. Damn it! Someone sneaked an attack. When he turned around, he found that there was no one behind him. Those people were also shocked. Could it be a spatial ability? Exclamations could be heard. On a mountain peak, Gu Feng stood there. When he saw this scene, his eyes shone with a cold light. Void Beast? He did not expect the Thousand Demons City to use such a trump card. Lin Xian frowned as well. A heavenly Void Beast. To be honest, it was not the first time he encountered it. He had fought with it twice. However, both of them were below the small saint realm. He did not expect the other party to grow so quickly. It had actually become a holy venerate. The spatial law was very powerful. It was called a king-level law. It was not a joke. This Void Beast was probably more dangerous than an early-stage holy venerate. As expected, the Void Beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously in the next few times. Every time, it would appear in an extremely strange place and attack Lin Xian. Fortunately, Lin Xian's physique was strong. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. Another spatial crack shot towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt that there was a terrifying power in the surrounding void that wanted to tear his body in half. He snorted coldly and unleashed his 9-yang divine body to the extreme. At the same time, he activated the 10 senses sword formation. Terrifying sword light swept out in all directions, bringing with it a destructive power that enveloped the entire area. At this moment, Lin Xian's mental state was incomparably solemn. He stood in the center of the array formation like a sword god. A powerful aura burst forth. His palms formed a seal, and the terrifying 10 senses sword formation began. It opened and closed widely, sweeping in all directions. Nothing could get close. The void beast was extremely terrifying. Dozens of cracks appeared around him as he charged over. The terrifying sword lights were all swallowed into the space and transported. This way, there would be nothing that could hurt him. Soon, he reached Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with a terrifying golden radiance. They formed a pair of divine eyes that could see through everything. He saw a blurry figure charging at him at high speed. The other party was actually holding swords and sabers formed from spatial dimensional fragments. Along with the extremely strong power of the laws, they continued to slash down. Lin Xian was very passive in the battle. When the people of the demon city saw this scene, the corners of their mouths curled up into a smile. Humph. He was definitely not a match for the void beast. Even if he had 10 types of laws, so what? So what? They couldn't compare to the laws of space. Do you really think that I can't see you when you're hiding in the dark? Lin Xian's eyes blossomed with an extremely terrifying light. He used his eye technique to the extreme. At the same time, the 10 senses sword turned into a divine sword. He held it in his hand and slashed forward. With a slash of the sword, everything was shattered. The spatial fissures were also collapsing nonstop. Boom! Under this sword, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The blurry figure was actually sent flying. In just an instant, he disappeared into the void. The world was completely silent, and there were no more attacks. This made everyone puzzled. What was going on? Could it be that the void beast was injured? That was impossible. How could the laws of space be injured? In the void beast hid. He also frowned. To be honest, the other party was very troublesome. With his strength, it was really too easy to kill people of the same level. There had never been more than 3 moves. But this time, he met his opponent. The other party was very difficult to deal with. The other party's sword technique and strong physique made it impossible for him to hurt the other party. On the contrary, the other party's eyes seemed to be able to see through him. Humph! Lin Xian stood on the arena. He sneered. Why? Don't dare to make a move? Do you think I can't find you if you hide? In the Tianji divine eyes, the golden light swept in all directions. At the same time, he mobilized the power of the great white dragon sword and directly slashed at the void. With a bang, the void beast's pupils shrank, and he quickly dodged. The void where he was originally standing shattered. At the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. Damn it! He kept dodging and then began to attack Lin Xian. All kinds of spatial dimensional fragments flew over. Lin Xian dodged. He directly locked onto the void beast and chased after it. What? Lin Woody could actually find the void beast's trace. How did he do it? His eye technique had already reached such a powerful level? Exclamations came one after another. Gu Feng frowned. This guy was really strong. On Wishuang City's side, Yuruo was also shocked. To be honest, her black and white eyes couldn't completely capture it. She could only see a blurry shadow. In other words, it was impossible for her to keep an eye on the void beast every time. However, Lin Xian could do it. Spatial exile. Get the hell out of here! The void beast roared, forming a large spatial rift and directly swallowing Lin Xian. He wanted to exile Lin Xian into the universe's void. Lin Xian's figure disappeared. Everyone was surprised. Could it be that he was really exiled? In this case, even if he didn't die, he would have failed. Exclamations came one after another. Murong Qingqing and the others were nervous again. The void beast raised a disdainful smile. He couldn't withstand a single blow. However, just as he finished speaking, there was a sword light in the space. It directly pierced through his body. With a puff, the void shattered. Countless people exclaimed. The void beast was also stunned. However, his body also used the power of space and dodged the sword. It's useless. You can't kill me. Before he finished speaking, he roared crazily. This was impossible. He found that although his body rushed into the void, he was still injured. However, he was still injured. The sword had split him in half. Puff. First, blood splattered. After the two halves of his body fell into the water, they rushed into the void. Then, roaring sounds came from all directions. Impossible. Damn it, how did you do it? He was really crazy. All of them were stupefied. Even Gu Feng's pupils shrank. Did the other party break the space technique? Those people from the demon city were shocked. They couldn't believe it. What was going on? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think that I won't be able to kill you? Today is the day you die. At this point, the great dragon sword soul erupted again. The 10 absolute swords were crazily attacked, constantly piercing through the void. The void beast roared again and again. Damn it! Those people from the demon city were nervous. Soaring Sky Saint King also roared. Return. He really didn't expect that even the void beast couldn't do anything to the other party. Since that was the case, he would let the void beast return to preserve his combat strength. The void beast received the order and escaped into the void. Lin Xian sneered. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? The 10 absolute swords formation erupted again. It was filled with the power of the great dragon sword soul and directly sealed the world. Chapter 4265. The terrifying 10 ultimate sword formation rumbled. The terrifying sword soul filled the air, forming a peerless killing formation. The void beast sensed great danger and roared into the sky. He unleashed his strongest power, the space divine ability, to the extreme. He instantly disappeared. One had to admit that the void beast was very powerful. At this moment, Lin Xian's heavenly secret divine eyes disappeared. But in the next moment, he took out a beast's skin. It was the void beast's skin. With this, he could sense the location of the void beast's body. The 10 senses sword technique erupted and attacked in that direction. The power of this sword was beyond imagination. The sky cracked as the sword pierced through the void beast's body. The void beast came out, his eyes filled with disbelief. His opponent had discovered him, and he could feel his vitality rapidly draining away. The wound could not be healed at all, and there was also the law of death that was destroying his body. Stop! How dare you! A terrifying roar sounded. The elders of the demon city roared crazily. Soaring Sky Saint King also stood up. Stop, we've lost this battle. You let him go. Clearly, the void beast was very important to them. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he heard that. Release him? Let me ask you. Previously, when you 3 great Saint Kings attacked me, did you ever think of sparing my life? Kid, is this how you speak to a sage king? Do you believe that I can destroy your soul again? Soaring Sky Sage King exuded a terrifying killing intent, causing Lin Xian to tremble. Peerless Sage King snorted. Try it. He also stood up, and the terrifying law of Devour swept across the sky. Silver Corpse Sage King and Desolate Heavens Sage King also stood up and looked at Peerless Sage King. What, do you want to fight again? If I can kill your disciple once, I can do it again. A cold voice resounded through the sky. Peerless Sage King was not fighting alone this time. Kunlun Sage King, Baiyu Sage King, Sunghai Pavilion Sage King, and the 3 dragon tribes were all on his side. The 2 sides faced each other again. Just as a great battle was about to break out, they were all shocked by a voice. Those Saint Kings did not continue to confront each other. Instead, they all looked over. In the next moment, they saw Lin Xian swing his sword and split the void beast in half. The gathering and destruction of the walking souls. The void beast was destroyed, and its life force was extinguished. His body appeared. It was a dark purple demonic beast with strange runes on its body. It looked abnormally ferocious. At this moment, he was lying in the ruins, unmoving. Blood pierced through the 9 heavens. Dead? How dare you kill him? Soaring Sky Saint King was instantly enraged. With a roar, his palm turned into a blade and a green blade light slashed down towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The law of devour appeared in front of him and devoured the light. Peerless Saint King snorted coldly. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? At this moment, he was full of energy. Both sides were about to fight. The other Saint Kings tried to persuade him. Don't do it. This is the battle of the Holy Halls. We have no right to interfere. If they really fought, there would be an unprecedented crisis. Under the persuasion of these Saint Kings, the Saint Kings and the others gritted their teeth. Indeed, they did not dare to fight. Otherwise, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Soaring Sky Saint King gritted his teeth. Damn it! It was unknown whether the 9 Qilins were dead or alive. The Void Beast was killed again. In addition to the geniuses who had died before, their losses this time were really too heavy. Next, the people from Demon City seemed to have gone crazy. They also issued challenges. In an instant, the Kunlun Pavilion and Azure Sea Pavilion were attacked. Even Peerless City was attacked. Gao Jianfei was injured. Shanghuan Shaoxian was also injured. Their situation was extremely dangerous. However, Fu Hongye had killed a mid-stage Saint Venerable expert. Kunlun Pavilion also sent out experts. Azure Sea Pavilion's Guan Tsunghai personally attacked and killed the enemy. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. When the battle ended, the eyes of both sides were red. If it were not for the rules, the elders and Saint Kings would have attacked by now. Another round of battles. Lu Xuanxin of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion attacked. She looked at Lin Xian with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. To be honest, she wanted to take revenge, but she did not have the strength, so she chose someone else. This time, she chose to know Chao Tianqing. However, she was defeated even faster. Chao Tianqing's strength was too mysterious. The Black Heaven Sword formation could not do anything to him. Instead, it was defeated by him within 50 moves. This caused an uproar again. In addition to them, Gao Yu and Bai Luo of the New Moon Clan and the Nether Holy Land also attacked. The two of them also displayed powerful strength. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Li Hongxiu was also powerful. She had been challenged by several people and won. However, when she challenged Gu Feng, she lost. Gu Feng's spatial laws were obviously stronger than the Void Beast's. He even mastered an ancient inheritance. Therefore, Li Hongxiu lost. She was injured, but her life was not in danger. Gu Feng looked at Lin Xian, but in the end, he did not challenge Lin Xian. Was it because he had scruples or something else? During this period of battle, Lin Xian had recovered his strength, so he was ready to go all out. He still had some soul power left, so he was ready to attack again. Through the information from Wushuang City, Lin Xian learned that there were some core geniuses in the Acheron Hall. Of course, there were also personal disciples. One of them had a very popular identity. Not only was he a personal disciple, but he was also the grandson of the Silver Corpse Holy King. This person was called Iron Fist. His strength had reached the middle stage of the Holy Venerable Realm. He was Lin Xian, the target of this challenge. Didn't the Silver Corpse Holy King want to kill him? Then he would pay back an eye for an eye, and kill this Iron Fist. The Silver Corpse Holy King's expression would definitely be very interesting. Lin Xian walked out, attracting the attention of everyone. No one knew who this guy was going to challenge. Some of the geniuses from the opposing holy cities lowered their heads. To be honest, although they wanted to attack, they did not dare to. They were even more afraid of being called out by the other party. For a moment, everyone was silent. Lin Xian walked over. His eyes flickered, then he looked at the Acheron Hall. The corners of his mouth curled up. He heard that there was a grandson of Iron Fist in the Acheron Hall. Who was that? When these words came out, everyone was speechless. He was targeting the Acheron Hall again. But thinking about it, it made sense. After all, the Silver Corp's Holy King had launched a sure-kill attack. If Lin Xian did not have a trump card, he would have been killed long ago. Now, he naturally wanted to take revenge. However, when they heard the two words Iron Fist, they were indeed stunned. They naturally knew who Iron Fist was. Iron Fist was naturally angry. He roared. "Damn it, who are you calling a grandson?" "Of course I'm calling you a grandson." "Why, are you unhappy?" Lin Xian sneered. "Kid, are you courting death?" Iron Fist's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He was mad. He must kill Lin Xian. Chapter 4266. Kid, you better take back your words. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you. Another figure stood up. It was a middle-aged man. He was very powerful. There was an extremely strong killing intent in his eyes. He was Taishou's father, the son of the Silver Corp's Saint King. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the Saint Venerable realm. He could be said to be a top expert. Lin Xian sneered. "What? Did I say something wrong? Isn't he the grandson of the Silver Corp's Saint King? Do you think he's still my grandson? I don't have such a trash grandson." As soon as he said that, the people of Peerless City laughed. Shanghai and the people of Kunlun Pavilion also laughed until they bent over. Many people laughed until tears came out. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth in anger. Taishou roared. "Damn it, I'll kill you with my own hands!" As he said that, he wanted to rush forward. However, the Silver Corp's Saint King roared. "Don't be impulsive. This is a provocation." The surrounding elders also persuaded him. "Yes, don't fall for that kid's trick. That's right, he's obviously trying to provoke you." Hearing those words, Lin Xian laughed. "Grandson, did you hear that? Those people don't think highly of you. You'd better obediently squat there and be a grandson." "Damn it, I'll definitely kill him!" Taishou roared and turned his head. "Father, grandfather, believe me, I can definitely do it." "What?" The middle-aged man hesitated, but the Silver Corp's Saint King asked, "Did you bring that thing?" "Don't worry, grandfather, I've always brought it with me." "All right, then go and bring me his head." After receiving the order, the corners of Iron Hand's mouth curled up in a smile. Great, he could finally take revenge. Those elders originally wanted to persuade him, but when they knew that Taishou had a trump card that could save his life, they all heaved a sigh of relief. If there was no danger to his life, then they had nothing to worry about. Besides, Taishou was very powerful. He might not even need to use his trump card to kill that kid. "Stupid ant, today is the day you die." Taishou stepped in the air and flew forward. The surrounding people were also surprised when they saw this scene. Taishou actually wanted to fight. This was really unexpected. One should know that. Lin Xian had killed many experts before. In other words, ordinary holy masters would not dare to fight with him now. As for the late-stage holy venerates, they could not attack. Given this, no one could deal with Lin Xian. But now, Iron Hand had actually made his move. What did he have to rely on? Lin Xian smiled. "Are you out?" Very good, the provocation worked. He would make the Silver Corp's Holy King regret it. Lin Xian said indifferently. "Take out your strongest technique, or you won't have a chance to attack." "How dare you look down on me?" Taishou angrily shouted as his aura erupted. Nomological laws filled the sky as a powerful and cold aura swept out in all directions. When the surrounding people felt this aura, their expressions changed. So powerful, this iron arms was indeed worthy of his reputation. It seemed like the other party had absolute strength. At the same time, a yellow spring's mirror appeared on his forehead, protecting his soul. "Kid, your soul is indeed powerful, but I've made sufficient preparations. This time, you can't hurt me at all. Without a soul, let's see how you're going to fight me." Boom! Taishou threw a palm strike, and a metallic luster appeared on it. A terrifying roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The surrounding people were shocked. This force was too strong. Furthermore, Taisho already defended his soul. What was this Lin Xian going to use? Taisho was probably finished this time. They didn't expect Iron Arms to be so well prepared. Discussions broke out one after another. Everywhere Taisho's palm strike passed, space shattered. Its might was unimaginable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Did Taisho take defense? It looked like Taisho was indeed targeting Xiao Chen's characteristics. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Light burst out from his body, forming a golden giant. Taisho opened his hands and blocked in front of him. Boom! The fist and the golden giant clashed, shaking space intensely. The impact knocked Lin Xian back, shattering space. However, he was not injured. The strength of the 9 Yang divine body surpassed everything. The 2 golden hands were like 2 huge mountains, blocking the other party's attack. Your physique is rather strong. However, why are you only passively defending? Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Where is your courage from before? Iron Arms looked at the other party with a cold smile on his face. Previously, the other party's soul was extremely terrifying. That eye technique could instantly kill a middle-stage holy venerate. But now, he had blocked this kind of fatal blow. Based on his opponent's cultivation alone, there was no way he could contend against him. Next, it was time for him to take his revenge. He would let the other party know what despair was. Not good. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed. They had already discovered that Lin Xian had lost his advantage. If that was the case, they would definitely lose this battle. Iron Hand's lips curled up in a sneer. The strength within his body rapidly erupted and the laws swept out. His palm became even more terrifying. That light seemed to have turned into a holy city. He continuously attacked Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body. Under such a violent palm technique, the flames on Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body also jumped and flickered. Clearly, he was being suppressed, even with the strength of the 9 Yang divine body. It was impossible to completely block such an attack. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all had different expressions. There was shock and disbelief. There were also sneers. Some of them shook their heads and sighed. Lin Woody was too arrogant. This time, he was probably going to die. Indeed, amidst the torrential rain of attacks, Lin Xian was like a small boat in the sea that could be swallowed up at any time. The people of Wushuang City, as well as Murong Qingqing and the others, were somewhat puzzled. To be honest, they knew that Iron Arms was very strong. However, they also had some understanding of Lin Xian's strength. Especially Lin Xian's character. He would not fight a battle that he was not confident in. Why was he not attacking now that he was being suppressed? Ignorant. The people of Acheron Hall sneered. The other holy cities also heaved a sigh of relief. This battle could end. However, the few Saint Kings were frowning. They did not believe that the other party would be defeated so easily. After all, the other party had killed many experts before. Moreover, he had escaped from the Holy Kings. What was this kid doing? Wushuang Holy King smiled. Although Lin Xian was constantly retreating, he could feel that the power in Lin Xian's body was constantly gathering. Clearly, he was going to use some trump cards. Lin Xian was indeed preparing some trump cards because he only had 2 more soul kills left. Moreover, the other party had taken defensive measures, so he did not plan to use his soul. In this way, although he could contend with the other party, it would not be so easy to completely kill the other party. Especially after he displayed his strength, the other party would definitely escape. He would not allow the other party to escape. Therefore, he wanted to kill the other party in one blow. Chapter 4267. Iron Hand stood in the void and looked down at the figure that kept retreating. His eyes were filled with disdain. He said coldly, "I thought you were some powerful expert. But I didn't expect you to be nothing without your soul. With your strength, you can't compete with me at all. You can go to hell. Iron Hand's aura became more and more terrifying. A cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Countless laws gathered on his palms. Since he was called Iron Hand, it meant that his palm technique was unparalleled. A terrifying aura emanated from his palm and spread out in all directions. Then, it turned into two huge fists and punched forward. Indestructible fist. That pair of fists instantly pierced through the void, and countless black holes appeared where they passed. However, there were no cracks at the edge of the black holes. This could only be caused by extremely terrifying power. And the power was very concentrated. The moment this fist appeared, it was almost extremely powerful and could destroy everything. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They knew that they were about to use their lost skills. Some people held their breaths. Lin Xian naturally felt the terror of this fist. He took a deep breath. He didn't dodge, but pushed his divine body to the extreme. At the same time, a force in his body was constantly rotating. It was a Tai Chi diagram. Every time it rotated, it would gather a force. At this moment, it was already ready and waiting for an opportunity. Boom! The flames on Lin Xian's body formed the golden god of war again, and then it blocked the attack. With a boom, the fists landed on the flaming god of war. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The wind blew. Endless divine flames danced. However, this fist was really too terrifying. The divine flames were extinguished, and the god of war phantom kept retreating. Cracks appeared on it. Lin Xian's face turned pale. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he took it head-on. This time, this kid is really dead. The people from Acheron Hall smiled. The middle-aged man also sneered. He knew that this battle was over. Iron Arms stood in the air and looked down at the flaming war god that was constantly being destroyed. A cold smile appeared on his face. What, Lin Woody? He couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. He finally got his revenge. After the other party died, all the treasures on the other party's body would be his. Thinking of this, he laughed proudly. However, the Silver Corpse Saint King's pupils constricted. He shouted angrily and quickly retreated. But it was already too late. Over there, amidst the terrifying storm of light, 10 sword rays instantly flew out, forming a sword formation that enveloped the Iron Hand. At the same time, a cold voice sounded. After fighting for so long, you still haven't defeated me. What's there to be arrogant about? As soon as he said this, the surrounding people were shocked. Could it be that Lin Xian was still alive? They all looked over, and in the next moment they saw a figure walking out. Iron Arms was also stunned, but he soon sneered. 10 ultimate sword formation? I've seen it before. It's very powerful, but it's impossible for you to kill me. Today, I'll break your 10 ultimate sword formation. Speaking of this, he waved his hand, and the boundless power was once again reduced. The sword formation shook violently. The two erupted, and once again displayed terrifying power. At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded. Lin Xian had activated the unparalleled secret technique again. The power of the 10 ultimate sword formation exploded. Not good. The surrounding people exclaimed, and Iron Arms' pupils constricted. His opponent was indeed very powerful. But so what? He still had a trump card. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. A small cauldron appeared, with countless white bones and Emperor's Spring floating on it. It was abnormally strange. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed heaven and earth, blocking the terrifying 10 ultimate sword rays. The two collided, and the small cauldron kept spinning, releasing power to completely suppress the other party. 10 ultimate sword formation. In the end, he enveloped the 10 ultimate sword formation, making it impossible for the sword technique to display its power. Kid, your most powerful technique is gone. Let's see what you can do now. He had a smug smile, and the surrounding people also shook their heads and sighed. They knew that Lin Xian was really dead. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. His opponent had finally used his trump card. It was indeed strong enough to suppress the 10 ultimate sword formation. But so what? His real killing move was the Tai Chi diagram in his body. Thinking of this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he waved his hand, and a Tai Chi diagram instantly flew out. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. Retreat quickly. Silver Corp's Holy King roared again. Iron Arm's pupils constricted. He didn't expect his opponent to have a trump card. And its power was actually not weaker than the 10 ultimate sword formation. How could it be? Damn it, he was careless. He roared, wanting to recall the small cauldron to defend himself. But the 10 ultimate sword formation erupted with power at this moment, directly blocking the small cauldron, causing its speed to slow down. No. Iron Arms was in despair. He could only dodge quickly. He didn't dare to take it head-on. This was because he had sensed a fatal danger. However, he couldn't dodge at all. The Tai Chi diagram flew directly towards him, and in the next moment, it enveloped him. Instantly, the power of Tai Chi erupted, swallowing that space. It was so miserable that it made people's scalps go numb. Everyone was stunned. They really didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to counterattack. They also didn't expect that everything before was planned by Lin Xian. Iron Arms. The middle-aged man roared crazily. Silver Corp's Holy King was even angrier. He directly stretched out a hand. It seemed that he wanted to save his grandson. However, a devouring light appeared in the air and blocked that hand. You've gone too far. You've broken the rules time and time again. Do you really think that we can't punish you? Peerless Holy King's cold voice sounded. At most, we'll open the Holy Hall. Let's see how arrogant you can be. As soon as he said that, Silver Corp's Holy King was stunned. He retracted his hand. Father, quickly save Iron Arms. The middle-aged man was extremely nervous. However, Silver Corp's Holy King's face was ashen. There were rules in the competition, and he didn't dare to break them. Otherwise, he would end up very miserably. So, he could only watch helplessly. The surrounding people also felt their scalps go numb. The terrifying power of the Tai Chi diagram erupted and soon left. A pile of bones fell out from it. It was Iron Arms from before. He had been deprived of all vitality by the power of death. Was he dead? Iron Arms had actually died. The people of Acheron Hall went crazy. The middle-aged man, Blackbone Holy King, also roared crazily. He couldn't accept it at all. Silver Corp's Holy King gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. As long as there were bones, he could revive Iron Arms. He had such a method. However, in the next moment, his eyes turned red because Lin Xian stomped down and crushed all the bones into powder. Then, the 9 suns' divine fire burned. Everything was burned to ashes and no longer existed. In other words, Iron Arm's soul was destroyed. Chapter 4268. The people from the Acheron Palace went crazy. The Silver Corp's Holy King roared at the sky and his terrifying aura swept through the 9 heavens. The murderous aura on his body was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, Peerless Holy King's expression was solemn. He was constantly on guard against his opponent's attacks. However, the Silver Corp's Holy King did not attack in the end. His face was extremely cold. The competition continued. After this round, there were only 3 more rounds left, and then it would be over. So, it was the final moment. Sure enough, those people also started to use their ultimate techniques. There were even some elders in the later stage who started to make their moves. Among the younger generation, there was also a top-level battle. It was the battle between Chao Tianxing and Gu Feng. The battle between the two of them attracted the attention of countless people. Even Lin Xian was greatly surprised. The two of them were extremely powerful. They were not weaker than him. The battle between the two of them was extremely terrifying. Gu Feng's spatial law was even more powerful than the great void beast. It made everyone's hair stand on end. However, he could not do anything to Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing used some of his techniques. Even the elders' faces changed drastically. Some people even exclaimed, "Why haven't they seen it before? Could it be that he was using some lost ultimate technique? How was that possible? Who was he?" Many people were shocked. To be honest, between the two of them, Chao Tianxing gave him the most mysterious feeling. After all, he knew that Gu Feng was from the monarch clan. However, he did not know Chao Tianxing's background. Especially when Chao Tianxing broke through, it was even more strange. It was the first time he saw someone breaking through in a coffin. Now, it seemed that this person was indeed very powerful. He was using all his ultimate techniques. In the end, after half an hour, the two of them ended in a draw. Other than that, the other opposing forces were also crazily targeting Wushuang City. Next, Lei Xinxing made his move and challenged Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not retreat and directly faced him. Lei Xinxing's strength was also very terrifying. This person was called Lei Qin. The moment he appeared, the lightning on his body shook non-stop. When Lei Xinxing's hand struck out, it caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Facing such a violent attack, Lu Yuan did not dodge at all. Instead, his palm continued to receive the attack. Iron Horse Ice River. Countless icy aura spread out from his body and formed an ice river. On the ice river, there was a mighty demonic beast with a metallic luster all over its body that was charging over. With a cracking sound, it tore apart the lightning in the sky and pierced through Lei Chen. Lei Xinxing roared crazily. The pain was unbearable. At the same time, he was shocked. Wasn't the other party's strength too strong? Damn it! His body quickly assembled. Thunder God's 9 strikes. He waved his hands and attacked continuously. This was a superimposed cultivation technique, and the more it was used, the more powerful it would be. By the 9th time, his strength had reached a peak. Then, the entire world shook, and the surrounding people cried out in alarm. The people of Thunder God's city also revealed a sinister smile. This time, the other party was dead for sure, right? Lu Yuan didn't dodge either. A river of ice spread around him. His palms formed seals again, and countless precepts gathered in the sky, forming a heavenly palace. It carried a prehistoric aura. Flying General of Dragon City. The cold voice sounded again. Above his head, there was a huge dragon coiling around it. The doors to the palace opened and a man wearing dragon lightning battle armor walked out. A spear pierced through heaven and earth. Ah! With a miserable shriek, the thunder god was pierced through, and its body shattered once again. Boom! He fell from the sky. Was he killed? The surrounding people didn't dare to believe it. The people of Thunder God's city were also stunned. Another one of their experts had been killed. This Lu Yuan actually had other means other than the ice precepts. What kind of divine ability was that? For a moment, countless people were discussing. Lu Yuan returned, and then the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion attacked and killed an expert of Thunder God's city. The New Moon clan challenged and defeated the other party of Joyous Union Palace. Kunlun's assassin killed a sage of Great Desolate Mansion. The battle was very intense, and the hearts of the people of Sacred City were bleeding. Those who could survive until now were the strongest of the strongest. Their future achievements were limitless, but they didn't expect to die in the last few rounds. The people in the outer realm felt their scalps go numb. This kind of battle was really too intense. The number of experts who died was more than the previous hundreds and thousands of years added together. Especially the Acheron Palace and Myriad Demon City, almost 2/3 of the people of Sacred City had died. Now only 1/3 of them were left. It could be said that it was pitiful. This scene caused the faces of the people from the Holy City to turn ugly. The few sacred kings were clenching their teeth. Previously, they planned to join forces to deal with Peerless City. It would be best if they could completely destroy Peerless City. Then, they would be trampled under their feet forever. However, they didn't expect the situation to be completely out of their expectations. Wushuang's city had actually gathered even more strength and had beaten them up miserably. Father, let me fight in the next round. I must kill him with my own hands. The sacred king of Dark Valley had an extremely strong killing intent in his eyes. His son was killed on the spot. He couldn't bear it. The surrounding elders gasped when they heard it. The sacred king of Dark Valley was a late-stage sacred venerable, and Lin Xian was just a minor saint. If the sacred king of Dark Valley wanted to fight, he would have to suppress his cultivation base. The sacred king of Silver Corpse didn't agree immediately, but continued to watch the battle. Next, the Myriad Sword Pavilion attacked Peerless City. A top sword saint walked out from the Myriad Sword Pavilion. It was the distant Fire Sword Saint. He challenged Yiruo. As soon as he appeared, a terrifying flaming sword chi swept across the 9 heavens, forming a terrifying giant sword formation. It directly burned Yiruo. Not good, this woman is in danger. Countless people exclaimed. The flame of the distant Fire Sword Saint was extremely powerful. When combined with his sword technique, it was extremely powerful. Yiruo's face was incomparably calm in the flame. She opened and closed her palms, and at the same time, a black and white eye appeared in her eyes. It bloomed with black and white light. 2 doors formed in the sky. One was pitch black, and the other was pale white, with a mysterious aura. From the pitch black door, a pitch black figure walked out, holding a death scythe in his hand. On the other hand, a figure in a white robe walked out from the white door, holding a treasure bottle in his hand. Holy light scattered across the 9 heavens. The appearance of 2 completely opposite auras surprised Lin Xian. It was very similar to his Tai Chi. They were 2 different forces. Could it be the legendary twin stars of destiny? An elder exclaimed. The others were also shocked when they heard it. This was also a lost divine ability. It had been thousands of years since anyone had learned it. Now, it appeared in front of this person. The 2 black and white figures were called the good and evil twins, representing heaven and hell. When the 2 of them went out together, it was really terrifying. Within 10 moves, the distant Fire Sword Saint was killed, and the 2 halves of his body were sealed in heaven and hell respectively. They were too strong. What kind of people did the unparalleled Sage King take in? How could they be so strong? Lin Xian was shocked as well. The strength of these personal disciples was truly formidable. Moreover, none of them had survived until now. It could be said that they were the most well-preserved in the sacred city. As for Fu Hongye and Ling Huchuishue, they were even stronger. However, it was not that they did not fall. An expert of the older generation had fallen, mercilessly killed by the people of the great desolate mansion. This expert of the older generation was a late-stage Saint Venerable. In the end, he did not escape, and his soul was destroyed. This scene made the hearts of Lin Xian and the others extremely heavy. The death of a late-stage Saint Venerable was a huge blow. Chapter 4269. The surrounding people were also shocked. It seemed like Wushuang City was not going to be spared. There were even late sacred venerables dying. Wushuang Sage said with a cold face. There are still 2 more rounds. You must be careful. They might retaliate crazily. Indeed, Fu Hongye was challenged once again. He managed to kill his way out of the encirclement. On the other side, Ling Huchuishue was also facing an extremely strong opponent. He was severely injured. However, his opponent was in a worse state. He killed his opponent directly. His body was covered in blood. He stood in the sky like a killing god. His powerful aura was shocking. There were only a few people left around the Sage Kings. Some of them were even left in the single digits. It was too miserable. One had to know that after arriving, these groups were extremely large. Each group consisted of dozens of geniuses, standing side by side. However, there were less than 10 of them now. The competition was not over yet. There were not many people on the Acheron Palace's side. They were all alone and miserable. Everyone's face was ashen. Wan Yaocheng, Thunder God's city, and Great Desolate Mansion were determined to attack Wushuang's city. Moreover, they were challenging the same person. That was Linghu Chuixue. Linghu Chuixue had fought 3 consecutive battles. His injuries were even more serious, especially when he was challenged by the Great Desolate Mansion. With the summons of desolation, several terrifying figures of desolation appeared, completely enveloping him. The entire world was blasted apart, turning into nothingness. Could it be that Linghu Chuixue was killed? Everyone started to get nervous. The people on Wushuang City's side clenched their fists. However, Linghu Chuixue walked out of the shattered void. The people on Wushuang City's side heaved a sigh of relief. He was fine. Too powerful. Just what level had the strength of this chief disciple reached? The sacred venerate from the Great Desolate Mansion wanted to retreat. However, he was not in time. Half of his body was extinguished. The other half of his body fell on the stage. Although he managed to escape, his foundation was injured. He would not be able to recover within 300 years. Damn it! The people on the Great Desolate Mansion's side roared. The other sacred cities' side also had ugly expressions. No, they had to severely injure Wushuang City. So far, Wushuang City only lost a late-stage holy venerate. They were not willing to accept this. He had to kill these top geniuses. Since Linghu Chuixue was so difficult to deal with, then he would kill Fu Hongye. He had to kill Fu Hongye. The remaining forces that had yet to make a move, such as Thunder God's City and Purple Void Palace, were frantically challenging Fu Hongye. In the sky, the purple aura poured down like the Milky Way, bringing with it a terrifying pressure. Fu Hongye was pushed back. Fu Hongye vomited blood. However, at this moment, the red leaf behind him began to shake violently. A desolate aura soared into the sky. They charged towards the purple light, shaking the 9 heavens. The battle between the two was extremely intense. The purple light in the hands of the Purple Sun Palace was like lightning that shot out in all directions. A terrifying power appeared, shocking everyone. This was the attack of a late-stage holy venerable. Fu Hongye's desolate aura was shocking. Could it be that this maple tree really had a shocking origin? It was truly unbelievable. They could not imagine. However, the other party was still 1 cultivation round lower. When facing the killing move of a late-stage holy venerate, he simply could not block it. Everyone knew that Fu Hongye was very strong. His growth was limitless. However, he was going to fall here. It was truly unfortunate. The old man from the Purple Sun Palace was a holy venerable. He was called the Purple Thunder Holy Venerable. Not only did this Purple Thunder Holy Venerable cultivate Ziyang's energy, but he also cultivated lightning laws. The 2 berserk energies overturned the sky and the earth. Die. You will not survive. The Purple Thunder Holy Venerable revealed a sinister smile. If Fu Hongye died, it would be a huge blow to Peerless City. No! Shangguan Shaoxian and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Could it be that Fu Hongye was really going to fall? Damn it! The difference was too great. It was already very shocking that Fu Hongye could fight until now. A startling light burst out of Fu Hongye's eyes. The desolate aura coming from his body became even more terrifying. In the next moment, lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the sky. As for Fu Hongye's strength, it rapidly soared. What happened? Everyone went crazy. The smile of the Purple Sun Palace's holy venerable vanished. Was he going to make a breakthrough? The Purple Thunder Sage was even more shocked. Damn it! This Fu Hongye was originally a middle-stage holy venerate. If he made a breakthrough, he would have the same cultivation as the Purple Thunder Sage. The Purple Thunder Sage might not be able to suppress him. Thinking of this, the Purple Thunder Sage snorted coldly. You have no chance. The purple thunder sage sent out purple lightning that filled the sky, sweeping the 9 heavens to stop this lightning tribulation. However, the purple thunder sage underestimated Fu Hongye. Fu Hongye's lightning was a peak lightning tribulation. It was extremely terrifying. The lightning in the sky poured down, enveloping Fu Hongye. The two underwent the tribulation together. When the lightning in the sky disappeared, Fu Hongye stood there. His injuries had already healed. Furthermore, his strength and aura had already reached late-stage holy venerate. On the other hand, the purple thunder sage was already on the verge of death. He was severely injured. Fu Hongye looked down at the ground from above. Using cultivation realm to suppress me? How despicable. Now I will let you experience what it feels like to be suppressed by strength. Fu Hongye threw a palm strike. The great desolate dual energies coiled around his hand. It was like the hand of a god, directly enveloping the purple thunder sage. Ah! Boom! A horrifying sound rang out. The purple thunder sage was smashed into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Another late-stage holy venerate died! The Purple Sun Palace's people nearly fainted from anger. The surrounding people were too shocked. Fu Hongye actually made a breakthrough, and his strength increased greatly. Not only did he kill a strong enemy, but he also became a true late-stage holy venerate. This was great. Peerless City's people cheered. Lin Xian also revealed a smile. Fu Hongye! Many people gritted their teeth. He was also a powerful enemy. Now that Fu Hongye's strength had made a breakthrough, no one would be able to suppress him in the future. 2 rounds had passed. There was only 1 round left. After this round, the battle would end. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If they could survive the last round, they would be able to win. If they could make it through the last round, what awaited them would be supreme glory and glory. If they could not make it through, they would turn into a pile of bones and be buried here forever. On the Yellow Spring Palace's side, Black Bone's expression was cold. He wanted to make a move no matter what. You are a late-stage holy venerate, while that brat is just a small sage. If you want to fight him, suppress your cultivation to early-stage holy venerate. That way, you will not have much of an advantage. Father, don't worry. After all, I have been a late-stage holy venerate for many years. I am not someone that an ordinary holy venerate can contend with. Even if my cultivation is suppressed, killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Saint Venerable Black Bone was very confident. The other elders nodded as well. This was indeed their only chance to kill Lin Xian. After this round, it would be over. It would not be easy for them to make a move after this. After all, Peerless City would definitely protect these people. Very well. The Silver Corpse Holy Venerate thought for a while and handed the yellow spring mirror and the small cauldron to Black Bone. Pay attention to his soul. It is very strange. Father, don't worry. I will be fine. Black Bone nodded and walked out. Countless gazes focused on him. Some people exclaimed when they saw Saint Sovereign Hegu walk out. Heavens! It is actually him. He is the Silver Corpse's son. He is a late-stage holy venerate. Who is he going to challenge? Fu Hongye or Linghu Chuexue? It must be one of the two. Because if these 2 people died, it would be a huge blow to Peerless City. The surrounding people discussed. Black Bone's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Peerless City's side. In the next moment, his cold voice rang out. Lin Xian, get over here and take care of him. Chapter 4270. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They didn't expect that the opponent would challenge Lin Xian. Even the people from Peerless City were stunned. Their expressions became a little strange. There were rules in the competition. Late-stage Saint Venerables could challenge mid-stage Saint Venerables, but they couldn't challenge others. Lin Xian was just a peak minor saint. If he was a late Saint Venerable, if he wanted to challenge a late-stage Saint Venerables, he would have to suppress his cultivation. That way, he wouldn't have any advantage. He might not even be able to defeat a mid-stage Saint Venerables. Therefore, the people from Peerless City had strange expressions. The other people also began to discuss spiritedly. No way, is this late-stage Saint Venerables crazy? If he challenged, he would be suppressed to early-stage Saint Venerables. He might as well send a mid-stage Saint Venerables. Who knows? Maybe he was too angry. Someone said, "Don't you know? This person is called Saint Venerables Blackbone. He is the father of Tai Sho. He is also the son of the Silver Corpse Saint King. His strength is not ordinary. Obviously, he wants to take revenge personally." What? The opponent has such an identity? Exclamations sounded, and their eyes shone brightly. After all, Tai Sho was killed. How could Saint Venerables Blackbone endure it? Even so, he didn't have a big advantage. Could it be that he had some trump card? Discussions broke out one after another. Saint Venerables Blackbone had a cold killing intent, but when he heard those words, he almost vomited blood. What do they mean? Are they looking down on me? Do they think I can't win? Damn it, what kind of joke is this? He roared, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Kid, come out and accept your death. If you don't come out, I'll attack the people around you and let you know what despair is. Lin Xian was also very surprised. Is there finally a late-stage Saint Venerables Blackbone? To be honest, he wasn't afraid. However, when he heard the last sentence, his face sank again. The opponent dared to attack his friends. He really didn't know what death was. Thinking of this, he stood up. You want to die? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. This is already the last round of challenges. If it ends, there will be no more challenges. He was originally thinking of how to deal a heavy blow to Akron Hall, but he didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to come knocking on his door. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. As you wish. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian strode forward. Countless people cried out in alarm. Was he really going to accept the challenge? Said Saint King Wu Shuang coldly. Saint King He Gu, according to the agreement, you have to suppress your cultivation level. He suppressed his cultivation to the early Little Saint realm. I'll give you one last chance to reconsider. Are you willing? There's no need to think about it anymore. Just do it. After saying that, Wushuang and Dual Saint Kings waved their hands and sent out a seal. He personally sealed the other party's cultivation. Soon, the other party's aura rapidly fell, directly falling to the level of an early-stage Holy Venerate. Sure enough, it was sealed. Countless people cried out in alarm. His aura had dropped significantly. Could the current him defeat Lin Xian? I don't think so. Shao Qin could not even defeat middle-stage Holy Venerates, what more suppressing his cultivation? He wouldn't be insta-killed, would he? Discussions broke out one after another. The expressions of the Yellow Spring Hall's people changed, turning extremely unsightly. Damn it! What's wrong with these people? Do they not have any confidence in us? However, to be honest, they felt very nervous. After all, their opponent was not an ordinary person. After all, this was the legendary Lin Wudi. Several middle-stage Holy Venerates had died at his hands in the previous battle. How could they not worry about such a person? Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. You actually dare to personally challenge me? You are really reckless. With your strength, you are not even comparable to that bastard Iron Arms. I advise you to obediently kneel on the ground and wait for your trial. That way, you will suffer less. Despicable brat, I will let you know what regret and despair are. Right after Saint King Wu Shuang spoke, he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over. The void shattered in an instant as he charged towards Lin Xian. The surrounding people were startled. How could this be? How could Saint King Wu Shuang still be so strong? Didn't Saint King Wu Shuang already suppress his cultivation? The strength that Saint King Wu Shuang displayed now was even stronger than that of a middle-stage holy venerate. Lin Xian was the same. A startling light burst out of his eyes. Saint King Wu Shuang quickly retreated, and the place where he had been standing exploded. The entire arena shook violently, and a crack appeared. Saint King Wu Shuang was too strong. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Previously, they were still mocking him, thinking that he must have lost his mind for suppressing his cultivation. Who could have imagined that even after suppressing his cultivation, Saint King Wu Shuang was still so strong? Is this the Black Bone Holy Venerate? He is really too strong. Why do I feel that Lin Wudi is in danger? All of a sudden, all kinds of discussions changed again. Everyone started to worry for Lin Xian. Peerless City's people also sucked in a cold breath, feeling extremely nervous. Late-stage holy venerates had many means, especially peak late-stage holy venerates like Saint King Wu Shuang. Even if Saint King Wu Shuang suppressed his cultivation, he was still very strong. He wondered how junior brother Lin was going to defend himself. Fu Hongye, who was at the side, also said that if Lin Xian could last for 15 minutes, it would be a draw. Lin Xian stood in the air, looking at the crack below. He frowned. Saint King Wu Shuang was much stronger than he had imagined. It looked like this would be a difficult battle. Brat, are you surprised? Do you think that you can fight me just because I suppressed my cultivation? You are too naive. I will personally capture you and let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. As Saint King Wu Shuang spoke, an extremely terrifying aura burst out again. Horrifying energy spread out between heaven and earth, and the surrounding space kept shattering. Everyone's bodies trembled. They felt a cold aura appear. It was as if the entire world was frozen. The chilling nomological laws swept towards Lin Xian. It wanted to swallow up Lin Xian completely. In the sky, there was a huge yellow springs diagram that kept flashing. Lin Xian roared when he felt this scene. The 9-yang divine body released resplendent golden flames and turned into the image of a war god, roaring in the sky. The war god threw a palm strike, and several golden crows appeared, moving about in the sky. Boom! Boom! The power of the physique clashed with the cold law, tearing the sky apart. Then, the two clashed, creating a startling sound. The yellow springs diagram in the sky spun continuously as it was knocked back. As for Lin Xian, he kept moving back, creating 5 black holes in the air. The surrounding people were all shocked. Lin Xian actually got knocked back. This was too inconceivable. Previously, Lin Xian could easily kill middle-stage holy venerates. Now, holy venerate He Gu, whose cultivation was suppressed, was easily knocked back. This holy venerate He Gu was terrifyingly strong. How strong was he? Even if Saint King Wu Shuang suppressed his cultivation to early-stage holy venerate He Gu, killing a middle-stage holy venerate He Gu should be as easy as blowing off dust. Chapter 4271. The people from Acheron Hall sneered when they saw this. What do these idiots know? Sovereign He Gu's strength was far beyond their imagination. Just wait and see. These people will know what a true expert is. The people from Myriad Demon City and Great Desolation Mansion sneered. This time, they should be able to get rid of Lin Xian. Between heaven and earth, terrifying energy flowed wildly. The flames around Lin Xian surged and blocked the aftershock of the storm. His face turned cold. His opponent was indeed strong. Beneath him, Sovereign He Gu raised his head and sneered. How is it? Can you feel my strength? This was just a casual attack. Would you be able to block the next attack? As his voice faded, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in front of him. Suddenly, black flames appeared on his palm. Flames filled the sky and howled between heaven and earth. The surrounding cold aura exploded once again. This shocked everyone. One should know that flames were usually extremely hot and dazzling. But now, it was incomparably cold. What kind of flame was it? It was bone flame. Unparalleled Sage King frowned. This flame was extracted from the corpse of an expert. It was extremely strange as it could freeze the world. Lin Xian also noticed this. The black flames had the power of ice. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and unleashed the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. Golden flames danced around his body like a volcano. Then, he slapped his palms downward. The golden palms and the black palms collided. It was like a god and the grim reaper from hell were fighting. A surge of energy surged rapidly at the place where the two of them clashed. The entire world was rapidly collapsing. The people around them were shocked by what they saw. This kind of strength was too strong. Seeing that his opponent could block it, Sovereign Hegu raised his head. His eyes were cold. No wonder his opponent could kill steel arms. He was indeed strong. However, his opponent was courting death. Since his opponent dared to destroy Steel Arm's soul, he dared to torture him for 10,000 years. He would let his opponent live in pain every day. Thinking of this, he snorted again and the power in his body exploded. The black flames became even more terrifying. At the same time, the flesh on his palm also disappeared, and was replaced by black bones. It was a black bone hand with flames dancing on it. Once again, he grabbed forward. Boom! Boom! An even more frightening cold aura gushed out, freezing everything in the surroundings and causing them to explode. This time, its power increased once again. The surrounding people were all going crazy. Could Yi Futian still increase his strength? Damn it, wasn't he supposed to suppress his cultivation? The people from Peerless City were also shocked. Ling Huchuixue and the others cried out in alarm. Master, what was going on? Peerless Saint King said. It's impossible for him to break my seal. In other words, his cultivation was being suppressed. As for his power, that was the result of his divine ability and law. I can't interfere. Indeed, geniuses were able to fight above their level. Lin Xian was able to fight across terrifying realms. As for those of the older generation, they were also capable of doing so. Even with his cultivation suppressed, he wasn't someone who anyone could provoke. Saint Sovereign Black Bone was an example of this. The black bone claw seemed to split open the sky, like a black mountain. It carried with it an extremely terrifying law of finance. In addition to the black flames, there was even the terrifying yellow spring water surging. When the people from the other sacred cities felt this power, their expressions changed. Even those mid-stage Saint Sovereign's eyelids twitched wildly. They definitely wouldn't be able to survive being hit by such power. No matter how strong Linwoody was, he probably wouldn't be able to resist it. Saint Sovereign Black Bone was wrapped in black flames, like the Grim Reaper from hell. He looked at the figure above, and a cold voice sounded. Kid, it's over. Boom! The black hand soared into the sky. Lin Xian's eyes reflected the light. He naturally felt the terror of this attack. He took a deep breath, not daring to be careless. In the next moment, the 10 ultimate sword formation appeared and danced between heaven and earth. 10 sword chi, together with the law, kept falling down. It was like 10 divine swords piercing through the void. The 10 ultimate sword formation appeared. Lin Xian used his most powerful divine ability as soon as he came up. It took everyone by surprise. It seemed like this was going to be a tough battle. However, those people from the Acheron Hall sneered. The 10 ultimate sword formation was strong, but it wasn't enough. It couldn't compete with Saint Sovereign Black Bone. If this kid didn't have any other trump cards, he was really dead this time. Terrifying sword light surrounded Lin Xian's body, and he circulated the Dragon Clan's breathing technique. A mysterious power flowed out and supported the formation. Suddenly, the sword chi became terrifying again. The aura of the Dragon Clan spread out, as if an ancient divine dragon had been resurrected. At the same time, the aura of the great dragon sword soul also surged out, and the sound of dragons rang out. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by dragon chi, and it turned into a dragon shadow. At this moment, he was like a true Dragon Clan expert. A terrifying aura shook the heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! The sword chi was incomparably powerful, and it blocked the black hand, causing the heaven and earth to shatter. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to unleash such an aura. No wonder he had the ability to challenge the sacred city. Just as the crowd was discussing, the scene in the sky changed again. Lin Xian made his move. His palm grabbed forward. In the 10 ultimate sword formation, 10 sword lights turned into a divine sword, and he held it in his hand. Then he slashed out with the sword. The heaven and earth cracked instantly, and it couldn't resist at all. Buzz! The sword slashed at the black hand. When the two collided, the black hand immediately sank, and the surrounding void kept shattering. In the boundless darkness, the light of stars flickered. The sword directly pierced through the void. The surrounding people were stunned, and Saint Sovereign Black Bone's face changed. He didn't expect the other party to be able to resist it. Thinking of this, his eyes turned gloomy. Is he courting death? He stretched out his other hand, and it was also pitch black. The aura of the yellow spring on it was even more terrifying. Can the other party block the two palms together? However, as soon as he stretched out his hand, the void behind him kept shattering. A Tai Chi diagram appeared and shrouded him. Boom! 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 The heaven and earth cracked. The terrifying golden light and the terrifying black aura spread together with the power of yin and yang. It caused the sky to turn into primal chaos. Not good. The Acheron Hall's face changed. It's the Tai Chi diagram again. It was this attack that killed Tai Shou. Could it be? Is Saint Sovereign Black Bone going to follow in his footsteps? As the earth-shattering collision occurred, the people of the other sacred city also became nervous. Is the winner going to be decided? The power lasted for a long time before it slowly disappeared. Lin Xian stood in the sky and looked down. Chapter 4272. Below, a figure emerged. It was Saint Master He Gu. At this moment, Saint Master He Gu was not in a good condition. There were many cracks on his body. It was extremely terrifying. Many people gasped when they saw it. However, they were soon stunned, because they realized that there was no blood flowing out from the cracks. What's going on? Is he not injured? Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. It was a very strange scene. Saint Master He Gu's face became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he was furious. He waved his hands and directly tore the broken body apart, then threw it far away. The surrounding people were stunned. What is this guy trying to do? However, they soon found out what was going on. It turned out that a black skeleton emerged from the broken flesh and stood in the void. It seemed to be made of black gold. It was pitch black and exuded a terrifying aura. Saint Master He Gu had turned into a black skeleton. It couldn't be. Could it be that this was his true body? It was very likely that from his name, this was what he was best at, his physique. He was a skeleton to begin with. Exclamations could be heard. Kid, you are indeed strong to make me use my original body. However, this is the end. Saint Master He Gu's eyes burst out with extremely terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian snorted and rushed over. He was like a peerless god of war as he kept attacking. The surrounding people were all stunned. This holy sovereign He Gu had clearly become even stronger. However, Lin Xian still dared to attack. He was too bold. Lin Xian appeared above Saint Master He Gu like a golden lightning. He slapped his palm down. A terrifying power erupted. The flames on the palm intertwined to form a sun, which he held in his hand. His other hand waved the 10 extinction swords and slashed down fiercely. Lin Xian knew that his opponent was a terrifying expert. He could not be judged by common sense. Therefore, he did not hold back. The golden sun kept falling, shattering the void. On the other side, the 10 extinction swords were slashing everything. Black Demon Spear. Facing the attack, Saint Sovereign Blackbone sneered. His 2 arms turned into 2 black spears. Runes spread out on them, gathering to form a terrifying power. The black spear flew out and collided with Lin Xian's spirit technique. The terrifying energy was like the destruction of the world. It spread out in all directions with terrifying fluctuations. Humph! Sacred Venerate Blackbone grinned maliciously amidst the intense impact. He had absolute confidence in this battle. However, in the next moment, his pupils shrank. The reason for that was because he had discovered that the other party was also smiling amidst the torrential energy. What was going on? He furrowed his brows and snorted coldly. He didn't know what was going on. The power in his hands erupted once again, and the 2 black spears quickly moved. At this moment, even a middle-stage Holy Venerate would not be able to block the power of this attack. However, in the next moment, Saint Master Heigu's pupils shrank. This was because he discovered that his 2 black spears had actually collided with each other. That power made his arm go numb. What's going on? He was forced to retreat, and his eyes were filled with shock. This was too inconceivable. Was the other party controlling his arm? How was this possible? Naturally, this was the stellar transposition that Lin Xian had executed. After taking effect, he quickly charged over again. Sacred Venerate Blackbone's spear was forced back, and his face turned cold. However, he was not afraid. He opened his mouth and spat out endless yellow springs, forming a yellow springs waterfall in front of him. The yellow springs waterfall gave off a cold aura as if it had fallen from the netherworld. It was incomparably horrifying. The golden sun and the 10 absolute swords collided, producing a sky-shaking sound. However, it did not pierce through. Sacred Venerate Blackbone sneered. Brat, stop struggling. Even a middle-stage Holy Venerate cannot break this yellow springs waterfall, let alone you. No way, he is so strong. Wouldn't he be in an invincible position then? The surrounding people were also shocked when they heard that. This Sacred Venerate Blackbone was really too strong. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? You think too highly of yourself. If you were at your peak, you might be qualified to say such words. However, your cultivation is only at the early stage Holy Venerate now. Look, I'll break you. After saying that, he directly struck out a Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram kept spinning, forming a mysterious force that began to absorb the Yellow Springs waterfall. The Yellow Springs waterfall was stirred up by this force, spinning along with it. Then, a black hole formed in the middle of the waterfall. How could it be? Sacred Venerate Blackbone could not believe that his strong defense was broken so easily by the other party. In the next moment, a terrifying sword chi came out from the black hole again. Buzz! Sacred Venerate Blackbone quickly retreated. Obviously, he did not expect that. He even retreated a little slowly. The sword chi hit him, causing his body to shake and tremble. Some parts even became dim, as if they were about to shatter. The people of the Yellow Fist Palace also had ugly expressions after seeing that. They did not expect that Lin Xian was so strong that he could injure Sacred Venerate Blackbone. The surrounding experts of the sacred city were even more shocked. This guy was even stronger than they had imagined. Sacred Venerate Blackbone only stopped after retreating a long distance. He suppressed the vibration of his body and bones. Then, he raised his head, and his eyes were filled with extremely cold killing intent. It was too abominable. He did not expect that this little saint could pose such a threat to him. It was really out of his expectation. It seemed like he had underestimated his opponent. But so what? He snorted coldly. With a flip of his hand, a small cauldron appeared in his palm. The small cauldron was swallowing the white bones and the yellow springs, bringing with it a terrifying aura. The surrounding people's expressions changed because after taking out the small cauldron, Sacred Venerate Blackbone's strength had increased again, reaching a terrifying level. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. The people of the Yellow Springs Palace also looked solemn. They did not expect to use the spirit-exterminating cauldron. With Haigu's strength, it was hard to believe that he had to use such a trump card to deal with his opponent. But soon they all sneered. Since Sacred Venerate Blackbone had taken out his trump card, everything could end now. The spirit-exterminating cauldron could definitely erupt with unparalleled power in Haigu's hands. Sacred Venerate Blackbone would not be able to withstand it at all. The other sacred cities were also in an uproar. Some sneered and some gasped. The people of Wushuang City were also worried. They could naturally feel a shocking power from the small cauldron. It was most likely an incredible treasure. This Haigu was really cautious. He was a late-stage Sacred Venerate Blackbone, but he still had such a treasure. In the arena, after Sacred Venerate Blackbone took out the spirit-exterminating cauldron, a ferocious look appeared in his eyes. He poured his power and laws into the spirit-exterminating cauldron. Suddenly, the spirit-exterminating cauldron shook nonstop, and endless yellow springs rushed out from it. It swept out as if it was going to swallow the entire world. Chapter 4273. The terrifying underworld spring quickly surged towards Lin Xian. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered and corroded. This power was too terrifying. Even a middle-stage Holy Venerate would not dare to take it head-on. Furthermore, the underworld spring moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lin Xian and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! 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 The horrifying power struck Lin Xian. The terrifying underworld spring swallowed Lin Xian. Not good! That brat is in danger! Countless people exclaimed. In their opinion, even a middle-stage Holy Venerate would not be able to survive such an attack. The Underworld Hall's people revealed sinister smiles. This time, the other party is dead for sure. Holy Venerate Blackbone also had a sinister expression. However, this smile only lasted for a moment before it froze. This was because the underworld spring in front had split open, and a figure walked out forcefully. The figure flickered with golden light, surrounded by terrifying sword chi. Lin Xian used his strong power to shatter the underworld spring and walk out. His expression was incomparably cold. He came out? He did not die! The surrounding people exclaimed. The Underworld Hall's people also clenched their teeth. Damn it! This brat actually managed to block it. Holy Venerate Blackbone's face sank. The strength of the other party exceeded his imagination. He had not expected that even after taking out his trump card, he would not be able to injure the other party. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he stared at the small cauldron in the other party's hand. This attack was indeed very strong. If not for the fact that he had many cards, he would be in danger. Holy Venerate Blackbone also roared furiously, and used his full strength. He used all his strength to control the spirit extermination cauldron. Countless laws poured into the small cauldron, causing it to grow bigger. It became the size of a huge mountain. Countless underworld springs and white bones rushed out from it. It carried a terrifying aura that filled the surroundings. Then, the large cauldron tumbled and tilted down, trying to suck Lin Xian in. This was simply a world-destroying attack. Clearly, Holy Venerate Blackbone was going to use his full strength. The middle-stage Holy Venerates in the surroundings were horrified. Such an ancient magic attack could not be dodged at all. This time, the other party could really go to hell. The people of Acheron Hall heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy at all. How many times had they fought? Finally, in the last round, they managed to kill the other party. The terrifying spirit extermination cauldron rushed towards Lin Xian with the aura of the yellow springs that could destroy everything. Sacred Venerate Haigu, who was controlling him, had an ugly expression on his face. His black body started to tremble slightly. Clearly, it was extremely difficult for him to use the full power of the Saint artifact with his current cultivation. However, he smiled. Because he knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to block this attack. It was impossible for the other party to block it. When such a terrifying aura appeared, the 9-yang divine flame on Lin Xian's body became dim. It was even extinguished. It was clear that this was a great crisis for him. He felt cold all over, as if he was about to enter hell. The next moment, he took a deep breath and did not dodge. Instead, he formed a seal with his palm. The onlookers sighed when they saw this. Had Lin Wudi given up on resisting? It seemed that the other party knew that he was going to die and had given up resisting. Murong Qingqing. They were extremely nervous. It shouldn't be. It was impossible for Lin Xian to not resist at all. It seemed that he was using some kind of trump card. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. A dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in the 10 ultimate sword formation. As soon as this sword shadow appeared, it brought with it an extremely terrifying power that rushed in all directions. Heaven and earth collapsed. The yellow springs were all blocked by this sword chi. The people around exclaimed, "What the hell was this thing?" This sword shadow was too terrifying. Some of the sacred king's pupils shrank, and an extremely cold light burst out from their eyes. It was this thing again. It was this sword that killed Acheron Hall before. Was the other party going to use it again? The people of Acheron Hall became nervous. Sacred King Silver Corpse said, "This sword was expected. The spirit extermination cauldron should be able to block it. As long as it could block this sword, the kid was dead." This was because they knew that after Lin Xian used this sword, he would not have any strength left. At that time, he would be an ant that anyone could crush. If the other party did not use this trump card, he might still have a chance to escape. Once he used it, the other party would have no way out. Murong Qingqing, Xinjingjiu, and the others were naturally nervous. They also knew that this should be the final attack. The outcome should be decided soon. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely grave. He wanted to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul at full power. He needed a lot of energy. Of course, this time, he planned to change his plan and not use his own energy. Thinking of this, he took out 6 storage rings and let them float in the air. Then, he crushed all the storage rings. Various treasures, divine crystals, and spiritual herbs all floated in the air. There were so many that the eyes of the surrounding people turned red. Damn it, how could this brat be so wealthy? Even the middle-stage holy venerates clenched their fists. The late-stage holy venerates also took a deep breath. However, those sacred kings frowned. What was this kid trying to do? Could it be? In the next moment, they saw a sky full of treasures, as well as all kinds of energy crystals, all surging toward the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The image of a dragon appeared on the Great Dragon Sword Soul, transforming into a dragon head. It directly opened its mouth and swallowed all the energy. Not good. He wants to use the energy to replace his own energy. Stop him! Sacred King Silver Corpse shouted angrily. This way, as long as the other party had enough treasures, he would be able to use them continuously. That Sacred King He Gu had become dangerous. Sacred King He Gu naturally knew this. He snorted coldly and attacked with his full power. He would not give the other party a chance. Lin Xian's expression was grave. A trace of pain appeared in his eyes. After all, with so many treasures, any sacred venerate would be jealous if he took them out. However, he was going to use them all now. Furthermore, he could only use the Great Dragon Sword Soul once. The Great Dragon Sword Soul was truly an invincible cave. Fortunately, if he could kill Sacred King He Gu, it would be worth it. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Great Dragon Sword Soul. The might of the 10 extinction swords also surrounded him. Lin Xian was like a peerless sword god. He slashed his sword forward. A terrifying dragon-shaped sword image roared between heaven and earth. The people from the 3 dragon clans trembled. They even wanted to kneel down and submit. What exactly was that? They were shocked. The other experts from the sacred city were even more shocked. That dragon-shaped sword image brought about a great threat to everyone. The people from the Yellow Springs changed their expressions again. Previously, they had seen that shocking sword attack through the formation. Now, they could feel the terrifying aura of that sword attack. They all sucked in a cold breath. They did not know which was stronger, the dragon-shaped sword or the spirit-extinguishing cauldron. Chapter 4274. Under countless horrified gazes, the terrifying dragon sword collided with the extermination cauldron. Then, a destructive storm spread in all directions. The entire heaven and earth were completely covered, and everyone felt the destructive power continue to exist. Everyone was horrified. Other than the sage ruler, everyone else's pupils shrank. Even the sage ruler's face turned solemn. Clearly, it was a supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a supreme treasure that could grow. The more power he provided, the more powerful the explosion would be. This was something that even they were jealous of. At this moment, a murderous intent appeared in their eyes. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian and snatch this treasure. However, they held back. There was still a chance to kill him and snatch the treasure. There was no need to do it in the sacred hall. They couldn't see anything in front of them. There was only the sword light and the terrifying yellow spring. The yellow spring turned the entire world into hell. The surrounding people all retreated and stood behind the sage ruler. At this moment, only the sage ruler could withstand it. The two seemed to be in a stalemate. They were evenly matched. However, this situation didn't last long. The dragon roar sounded again. The sword slashed down. The endless yellow spring roared and a crack was torn open. Then, it became bigger and spread into the distance. Damn it, block it for me. Seeing this, Sage Ruler Blackbone roared crazily. He recklessly unleashed all of his power to defend himself. However, more and more cracks appeared. In the end, the yellow spring was split open. The sword slammed into the extermination cauldron. The extermination cauldron kept shaking and retreating. He was also sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. Although he was a skeleton, he still had life. At this moment, his life force was decreasing rapidly. It was obvious that he was severely injured. The surrounding people in the holy city were all stunned when they saw this scene. They didn't expect the extermination cauldron to be at a disadvantage in the battle between the two treasures. Sage Ruler Blackbone was severely injured. Damn it! How was this possible? The elders of the Acheron Hall gritted their teeth and roared in disbelief. The Silver Corpse Sage Ruler's face was gloomy. Could it be that he couldn't kill this kid in the end? That's great. We won! Everyone from Peerless City smiled. This way, Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger, but Lin Xian didn't stop. He didn't just want to win. He wanted to kill his opponent. Only then would he be able to deal a heavy blow to the Yellow Spring Palace, and let the Silver Corpse Saint King have a taste of his own medicine. Thinking of this, he took out another 6 storage rings and crushed them. The energy and heavenly materials and earthly treasures surged into it again. The great dragon sword soul, which had lost its power, roared once again, surging between heaven and earth. Not good. The faces of the people from the Acheron Hall turned ugly. Was this brat crazy? He actually wanted to make a move. The others were also shocked. They had used up too much energy these 2 times. It was simply unbearable. Who would have thought that this brat would actually put in so much effort? Damn it, I admit defeat. Blackbone Saint roared crazily. He was so arrogant that he directly admitted defeat. Clearly, this sword strike was enough to threaten his life. Lin Xian sneered. Admit defeat? However, there was no such rule. Either you die, or you escape. The terrifying sword light slashed down, and Blackbone Saint was scared out of his wits. Damn it, he turned around and fled. At the same time, he recalled the spirit extermination cauldron to block in front of him. However, he knew that he couldn't block it. He had already tried before. As expected, the spirit extermination cauldron was sent flying again. However, that sword strike didn't disappear. Although it had consumed most of its power, the remaining aura could still kill him. No! Black Bones Saint roared. He couldn't escape anymore. Damn it, the aura on his body grew infinitely. Clearly, he wanted to break the seal. As long as he could return to his true strength, with his late-stage Saint Venerable cultivation, he could completely dodge this sword strike. Want to tear the seal? Is that possible? Unparalleled Saint King sneered. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and he rushed into the distance. The Silver Corpse Saint King had made his move. The Silver Corpse Saint King also knew that Black Bones Saint King couldn't escape from this sword strike. He wouldn't let Black Bones Saint King be killed again. After all, Tai Sho had already died. He couldn't let Black Bones Saint King die again. Just as he was about to make his move, a black vortex appeared, blocking his path. Wushuang, how dare you stop me? Do you want to die? The unparalleled Saint King snorted. Since you're here, I'll destroy you. He was extremely domineering. Last time, you made a move on my peerless city's people. This time, you should have a taste of your own medicine. Boom! Ah! At this moment, a roar came from afar. This sword strike was so powerful that it could split heaven and earth, and it directly enveloped Black Bones Saint King. Get lost! The Silver Corpse Saint King was completely enraged. He made his move forcefully, and the entire world cracked. However, his opponent was the unparalleled Saint King, who was equally terrifying. The boundless black vortex swallowed everything. Don't even think about making a move today. Just as the two of them were exchanging blows, the outcome of the other battle had already been decided. With the power of the great dragon sword soul, Black Bones Saint King couldn't resist at all. When everything disappeared, not even a drop of blood was left behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Ah! The Silver Corpse Saint King roared into the sky. Die! The yellow springs surged in the sky, and a yellow quanta charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Is this guy going to attack me again? The unparalleled Saint King roared. How dare you! The unparalleled sword slashed down from the sky, and the yellow springs was split apart. Seeing that the two of them were about to explode, the other Saint Kings also stood up. The Soaring Saint King, Desolate Saint King, and the other Saint Kings from the Saint cities prepared to attack. The surrounding people went crazy. Is a war really going to break out? At this moment, a thunderclap sounded in the sky, and then countless rays of light fell from the sky. Like a divine palace, a palace appeared in the 9 heavens. It was just an illusion, but its aura made everyone tremble. Even the Saint Kings' faces changed, and they didn't attack again. The unparalleled Saint King snorted. You've already attracted the Saint Hall. Do you still want to continue? The Silver Corpse Saint King's face turned extremely ugly. He could already feel the terrifying aura from the Saint Hall in the 9 heavens. Even if he was a Saint King, he couldn't stop it. In the next moment, he retracted the yellow springs and gritted his teeth. Just you wait, I'll definitely have my revenge. Anytime. The unparalleled Saint King snorted. Lin Xian, who was far away, also said, Why? Are you heartbroken? When you attacked me, did you think that you would end up like this? You only have yourself to blame for everything that's happening now. And the Silver Corpse Saint King was so angry that he vomited blood. He didn't think that a small ant would dare to be arrogant in front of him. However, with the Saint Hall here, he couldn't attack, so he snorted coldly. He retreated. However, his face turned even colder. Lin Xian sneered. So what if you're a Saint King? If you attack me, I'll pay you back tenfold. Chapter 4275 The battle had finally come to an end. However, no one had expected it to end in such a manner. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. He had even killed a late-stage holy venerate. His strength made everyone tremble. No one dared to make a move against him anymore. The following battles continued. They were equally exciting. This was the final round. Those who had a grudge against each other wanted to kill their opponents to weaken their opponents. There were even many late-stage holy venerates. However, the scene of Lin Xian fighting holy venerate Hegu still lingered in everyone's mind. That was because this battle was too shocking. It was enough to be recorded in history and become a glory. Finally, when the final battle ended, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that the second stage of the Tao discussion had ended. Those people returned to their respective holy kings. No one smiled. This was because every holy city had suffered great losses. When they came, they had brought dozens of geniuses with them. However, what about now? Not many of them were left. Those who were still alive were injured. They were in a miserable state. Even more geniuses had fallen in this space. The Acheron Hall was in an even more miserable state. Only 5 people were left. The Thousand Demons City had 6 people left. The Great Desolate Mansion also had 6 people left. The 10,000 Sword Pavilion and Lei Shinshin were in a better state. There were only about 10 people left. However, compared to the previous battle, the spectacular scene made them go crazy. Their hearts were bleeding. The other holy cities had also suffered great losses. This time, they were in a killing frenzy. Of course, the only one who was in a better state was Wushuang City. Wushuang City had a total of 11 people participating in the battle. Only one late-stage holy venerate had fallen. The other 10 people were still alive. However, they were all injured. Clearly, some of them were severely injured. However, they were all laughing. This time, they were finally able to hold their heads high. Not only had they passed the second stage with minimal losses, but they had also severely injured their enemies. How could they not be happy? Hearing the laughter, the other holy cities' faces turned ugly. The laughter was like a slap to their faces. This was especially so for the Acheron Hall. The Thousand Demon City had been plotting how to destroy Wushuang City. Now, it seemed like they had lifted a rock and smashed it on their own feet. The other side had not suffered great losses, but they had suffered great losses. Following that, the people who were still alive became excited. Because they knew that the moment of reward had come. In the sky, the phantom of the lightning became more and more real, as if it had traveled through time and space. In the end, it appeared in front of everyone, causing countless people to feel incredibly excited. They knew that this was the Holy Hall and that there were countless secrets within. The Saint Kings all stood up and spoke to the people around them. Next, you will enter the sacred hall and receive baptism there. This is an opportunity for all of you. How far you can reach will depend on your own luck. Hearing those words, the sages who had managed to reach their current level all became excited. The gazes of Peerless City's players were similarly fiery, but Lin Xian frowned slightly. Senior brother, what's inside the Saint Hall? Peerless Saint King said. It should be able to increase one's cultivation and laws. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face fell. He laughed bitterly. I'm still suppressing my cultivation, not daring to break through. If we go in, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress it. I'll give you a few things. As he spoke, Peerless Holy King tossed a storage ring to Lin Xian. Then, he transmitted his voice to him. There's a devouring jade pendant inside. Wear it on your body and it will form the law of devouring to prevent others from probing. There's also a devouring bottle that can absorb energy. Although you can't absorb it on your own now, you can guide this energy into the devouring bottle. When you reach planet Xuan, you can use the energy inside to break through. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, these people entered the sacred hall. The sacred hall descended from the 9 heavens, blooming with golden light, causing people to worship it. Everyone walked in anxiously. After entering, they realized that, The terrifying laws of heaven and earth were covering the sky and earth. It surrounded them. The aura was abnormally terrifying. Many people's eyes instantly turned red. This was great. They could cultivate here for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. If they could rush to the outside world for 100 years, this was definitely a heaven-defying opportunity. No wonder the battle was so intense. If they knew that there would be such a reward, they would be able to accept such a tragic scene. In the next moment, these people all sat down cross-legged, allowing the terrifying aura to envelop their bodies. And they began to absorb it crazily. Lin Xian was also shocked. This place was even more terrifying than Mount Longhu and Mount Leiji. It was indeed the fortune of heaven and earth. He also sensed that although there was great fortune here, there was also danger. After all, there was a limit to what one could bear. If it exceeded what one could bear, the power would tear one's body apart. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He could feel a boundless aura surrounding him. It wanted to pour into his body. Lin Xian sighed. If he wasn't suppressed by the heavenly path, he could absorb it crazily now. But now, he couldn't. He took out the devouring bottle and used it to absorb the surrounding energy. Beside him, Ling Huchuixue, Fu Hongye, and the others did the same. They were also excited. Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu's beautiful eyes were also shining. At this moment, everyone was attacking with all their might. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, someone was pushed back. Damn it, I can't accept it. That person's face was pale. He could no longer absorb it. However, he had already obtained a day's worth of Xiaohua. At least his aura was much stronger than before. After the first person was sent out, the next person was sent out. These people went out and roared at the sky. However, the voice of the holy venerables sounded. In front of the holy hall, no one is allowed to be presumptuous. Hurry up and thank him. After those holy venerables heard it, their scalps went numb. They didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. Instead, they bowed respectfully outside. There were fewer and fewer people who could stay in the holy hall. After half a day, more than half of the people came out. There were less than 30 people left. Among them, half of them were from Wushuang City. Countless people were shocked. However, gradually, Shangguan Shaoxian, Lu Yuan, and the others came out one after another. There were only about 10 people left in the holy hall. Among them were Lin Xian, Hongye, Murong Qingqing, Gu Feng, Chao Tianxing, and the others. Qin Xiener and the others were all top-notch experts. However, these people also came out in the end. There were 3 people left in the field. One was Lin Xian, the other 2 were Chao Tianxing and Gu Feng. The 3 of them were very strong. They persevered until the end. Murong Qingqing and the others had all left. They didn't know what would happen to Brother Xian this time. They were all looking forward to it. At this time, Gu Feng opened his eyes. Countless spatial cracks appeared on his body. He sighed and looked at the 2 of them unwillingly. Then, he shook his head and sighed. Gu Feng also came out. Only these 2 guys were left. Exclamations sounded. Seeing that Lin Xian was still inside, the people on the first floor of the Yellow Spring Hall were extremely jealous. Damn it, this kid's talent was actually so good? They didn't expect that other than Lin Wudi, this Chao Tianxing was also so strong. Could it be that he was even more terrifying than Gu Feng? Exclamations and discussions sounded. At this time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He sensed that the devouring vase had absorbed almost all of it. This was because a resistance force had appeared in the holy hall, preventing it from absorbing any more. He also sighed. It seemed that he had reached his limit. At the same time, Chao Tianxing also opened his eyes. There were stars in his eyes. It seems that we should go out. Chapter 4276. Lin Wudi, you were able to persist until the end. I was right about you. Chao Tianxing looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also said that he was also very mysterious. He was the only person he couldn't see through. Chao Tianxing smiled. Since that was the case, why don't the two of them spar? The battle in the second stage was unparalleled, but the two of them really didn't fight. It also made countless people sigh. Lin Xian was surprised. Here? Chao Tianxing said that it was naturally impossible to fight here. Why don't the two of them spar? Sure. Lin Xian was also eager to try. After all, he also wanted to find out how powerful this Chao Tianxing was. Thinking of this, he looked forward, and at the same time, Chao Tianxing's gaze also looked over. The stars in their eyes were disappearing. This was the sacred hall. The two of them naturally didn't dare to fight. However, the two of them were using the great path and will to fight. They used their minds to construct a battlefield. Here, their will and great path were constantly fighting. This battle was truly incomparably dangerous. Lin Xian found that the other party was even more terrifying than Gu Feng. The other party's palms dissolved everything. It was even more terrifying than stellar transposition. He even used the power of the great dragon sword soul, but found that he couldn't hurt the other party in a short time. There was a strange law around the other party that could dissolve everything. Even if his attack was unparalleled, the other party seemed to be able to withstand it. It was too amazing. This Chao Tianxing definitely had a supreme inheritance. Who was the other party? What was this supernatural power that could dissolve everything? Lin Xian felt that the other party was full of mysteries. On the other side, Chao Tianxing was also surprised. He naturally had a supreme inheritance. He didn't even take Gu Feng seriously. What shocked him was that the other party was actually able to fight on par with him. It seemed that it should be the legendary offensive Saint Art. No wonder it was so difficult for me to dissolve it. He should be the successor of the great dragon. Chao Tianxing was also shocked. Now that he finally confirmed Lin Xian's trump card, he didn't attack again. Instead, he said, "You're not bad. I look forward to the chance to fight." Lin Xian also retracted his will of the great path. This was a very powerful opponent. Now was not the time to fight. Both of them stood up and walked forward. The people outside were already waiting for them. At the same time, those who came out of the sacred hall also began to break through. After all, the time it took for an incense stick to burn inside was equivalent to 100 years of cultivation outside. These people had been here for a long time and had accumulated enough power. Therefore, they all began to make breakthroughs. There was a terrifying thunder tribulation between heaven and earth. Countless bolts of lightning descended as a few figures soared into the sky. It raised its head and roared. Although this was a great fortune, those who could break through in an instant were all experts among experts. For example, Gu Feng, Murong Qingqing, Xin Jingqiu, Guan Sanghai, and Qin Xianer were all extremely terrifying. If they could successfully pass the tribulation, they would be able to reach the middle stage of the Holy Venerate realm. Before entering the Saint Hall, they were only at the early stage, but they were able to break through in a short period of time. This is simply a heaven-defying act. He didn't know how strong the two people inside would be after they came out. He couldn't have directly broken through to the late stage, right? These people were incomparably shocked. Not long after, he saw Lin Xian and Chao Tianxing come out. After coming out, Chao Tianxing bade farewell to Lin Xian and flew directly in the direction of the Limitless sect. He came to the side of the Limitless Saint King and whispered a few words in the next moment. The Limitless Saint King nodded and then directly released a terrifying sacred domain, enveloping Chao Tianxing. Then, he took the remaining people of the Limitless sect away. No one knew what he was going to do. Everyone guessed that Chao Tianxing was going to break through, but they didn't know why he left. Lin Xian looked at the other party's departing figure with a flicker in his eyes. He naturally knew the reason why the other party left. It was because Chao Tianxing's breakthrough was too strange. He was going to enter the coffin directly. Such a scene would be seen by others. These people would probably be scared silly. After Chao Tianxing left, countless eyes looked towards Lin Xian. This guy should have broken through, but they realized that Lin Xian's aura was still at the peak of the small saint realm. He didn't even seem to have broken through to the early stage of the sacred master realm. What's going on? Could it be that he didn't break through? That can't be. These people were all stunned. Perhaps it was not time yet. They continued to wait. However, half a month later, they fell into complete despair. They discovered that Lin Xian showed no signs of breaking through at all. After half a month, Gu Feng and the others all succeeded in their tribulations. After breaking through to middle stage Holy Venerate, they became even stronger than before. They were like two different people. Arg! Gu Feng roared at the sky, and countless spatial cracks appeared. At this moment, even the late-stage Holy Venerates showed grave expressions. This person was too strong. Not only did he grasp spatial magic, but he also grasped ancient inheritances. Once he fully unleashed his strength, it would be unparalleled. On the other side, Murong Qingqing, Qin Xiener, Guan Sanghai, and the others all made breakthroughs. They became even stronger. Those holy cities rejoiced. This time, basically every holy city had people making breakthroughs. There were even people who broke through to late stage from middle stage Holy Venerate. This was the only consolation after the tragic deaths of the geniuses. These people were enough to make up for the previous losses. The remaining people of the Yellow Spring Hall, Great Desolate Mansion, and Myriad Fiends City also grew stronger. There were even people who made breakthroughs. However, they were not happy. They looked at Lin Xian with cold killing intent in their eyes. This brat did not make a breakthrough. It was a blessing in disguise. Next time, they would definitely kill him. In the sky, Gu Feng also looked around, searching for traces of Chao Tianxing and Lin Xian. After half a month, the people of the Limitless sect returned. Chao Tianxing also appeared. The aura on his body had also become even stronger. Clearly, he also made a breakthrough. Ancient Wind could feel a strong sense of threat from the other party. A cold light burst out of his eyes, and countless spatial laws spread out. In the next moment, he turned his head to look at Lin Xian. Then, he was stunned. What's going on? The other party did not make a sudden breakthrough. The other party is actually still an early-stage small saint. He did not dare to believe it. Gu Feng confirmed again. Then, his lips curled up in a cold smile. Originally, I thought of you as an opponent. I thought you were my great enemy. However, you did not even break through to early-stage Holy Venerate. How disappointing. A trash like you is not qualified to be my opponent. The moment these words came out, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Was Lin Woody flying? What a joke. How many Holy Venerates did he kill? Even a late-stage Holy Venerate expert fell at his hands. If such a person was trash, then what were the others? Wouldn't they be worse than trash? However, the situation before them was indeed very strange. This was because everyone who entered the Holy Hall had their strength increased. Although not everyone made a breakthrough, they were like two different people compared to before. Only Lin Xian's aura did not change at all. How could this not be shocking and surprising? Chapter 4277. Facing Gu Feng's provocation and the others' puzzled expressions, Lin Xian remained calm. He naturally knew his own problems, so he didn't care. When he reached planet Xi'an, he could break through together with the accumulated strength. At that time, these people wouldn't be able to imagine how strong he would be. Hence, Lin Xian said indifferently. If you were so confident, you should have challenged me earlier. But why didn't you dare to? In the end, you just weren't confident. Don't think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because your strength has increased. If you're really not convinced, we can fight. Speaking of which, Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a terrifying killing intent. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. The surrounding people went crazy. One had to know that Gu Feng wasn't weaker than Lin Xian, especially now that he had broken through to the middle stage. Just how terrifying was this kind of strength? However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid and even wanted to fight. Where did he get his confidence from? Is that so? I also want to see how strong a trash like you is. Gu Feng's eyes exploded with killing intent. It seemed that he also wanted to fight, because he felt that this was a good opportunity to get rid of Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a Sage King said, "Stop first. This Sage Dao discussion isn't over yet. There's still the third stage. You guys still have to continue." Hearing this, Gu Feng stopped in his tracks. The others were also stunned. It's not over yet? How is that possible? They had already entered the Sage Hall and obtained great fortune. Their cultivation had even increased by a few thousand years. This was simply a miracle. Now, these people actually said that it wasn't over yet. What's next? Is it an even greater fortuitous encounter? These people were all excited. The Sage Kings also said coldly, "Yes, there's still the third stage. There you guys might be able to obtain even greater fortuitous encounters. You might even soar to the sky. In the future, breaking through and surpassing Sage Kings won't be a problem." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Is it possible to surpass Sage Kings? To be honest, Sage Kings were the top existences in the second astral realm. Surpassing Sage Kings should mean leaving the second astral realm. Thinking of this, their eyes were filled with yearning. They naturally knew that there was an even bigger world outside the second astral realm. The great sage and the legendary great emperor would display their might in that world. However, the second astral world also had its own barriers. Even Saint Kings were unable to break through and head to the other astral worlds. Now that they had such an opportunity, how could they not be excited? "Now everyone follow us to the sanctuary." The Silver Corpse Holy King also shouted. As the host, he naturally had to continue with the rest of the journey. However, the 5 people from Acheron Hall beside him had already started to gather. The rest of the holy cities also gathered. Gu Feng looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Brat, your luck is really good. However, in the third stage, I will personally deal with you. I will show you the difference between us." "Is that so? I am looking forward to it." Lin Xian's eyes were also shining brightly. If he guessed correctly, this third stage should be related to planet Xuan. If he could return to planet Xuan, then he would no longer need to suppress his cultivation. At that time, would he still be afraid of Gu Feng? Everyone followed the Holy King into the Holy Hall. There was no one else in the trial space. There was only the shining palace in the sky and the broken ground. This was a cruel elimination. Those who died were buried here, and the victors would ascend to the Holy Hall and enter the unknown space. Those who were watching the battle outside were also stunned. What is going on? Are these people leaving? At the same time, the real bodies of the saint rulers outside the trial space also disappeared. The other people from the holy cities were all shocked. Where did they go? The elders shook their heads. We don't know either. Only those who have successfully passed the first 2 stages and are still alive can enter. Once they left, some of them never appeared again. Although some came back, some disappeared again in a short period of time. Even those who stayed behind kept their mouths shut and didn't mention those things at all. Hence, where exactly the third view was a mystery. As soon as this was said, all the spectators in the second astral world were stunned. The people from the star worlds were all guessing. Where were these people going? Those who entered the Holy Hall, other than the Holy Kings, only those who survived and won, added up to a total of 150 people. 20 factions, 150 people. It was a very small number. These were the top geniuses of the second star system. No one was more talented than them. These people carried the hopes of the holy cities as they traveled through the starry sky. Although they were all very curious, where were they going? What would the third stage be like? No one dared to ask. The atmosphere in the Holy Hall was unusually tense. The Holy Kings also kept quiet. However, the people from the Acheron Hall were all looking at them. The Acheron Holy King was transmitting a message to them. The Silver Corpse Holy King said, "If I am not wrong, Lin Wudi will not be able to break through to become a holy sovereign because he was abandoned by the heavens. In other words, this is the end of his path. When the third stage comes, all of you will work together to kill him. You must kill him completely." Hearing this, the 5 people from the Acheron Hall clenched their fists. They must take revenge. The people from the Great Desolate Mansion and the Demon's City also received the order. They knew that Lin Xian's path had come to an end. It was impossible for him to take another step forward. As for them, they had unlimited hope. They could even surpass the Holy Kings. Just thinking about it made them excited. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably calm. He sat down cross-legged and his soul entered the dream leaf. He began to refine his laws and superpowers. He knew that the Holy Kings would not dare to make a move here. Hence, he was extremely safe. The dream leaf was still as mysterious as ever. However, Lin Xian had used too much of his soul energy earlier. Now, there were not many souls left in the dream leaf. Lin Xian did not plan to use those souls again. After all, once he used them, the dream leaf would shatter and he would not be able to deduce laws and superpowers. Hence, he wanted to preserve the dream leaf. At this moment, he began to practice the last few moves of the Tiger Demon Fist. These were all killer moves. Lin Xian also felt that the 10 Fatality Sword formation could be further improved. Previously in the second stage, it was his first time using it. There were still many areas that he needed to perfect. Just like that, they stayed in the Holy Hall for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, the Holy Hall trembled slightly. Everyone who was in the middle of cultivation opened their eyes, and a look of confusion appeared on their faces. What was going on? Were they under attack? Who dared to attack them? Chapter 4278. The Sage King stood up. They knew that it was not an attack. They had arrived. There was no need to panic. The Sage King spoke. The surrounding disciples calmed down. After a while, they found that the vibration had disappeared. They were all surprised. After waiting for a while, the door of the sacred hall opened. They looked outside. They found that they had come to a vast world. The aura here was extremely mysterious, with a primitive power. Where was this? These people were surprised. The Sage Kings walked out. They were on one side of the sky. They looked around and said, "Come out." The people in the sacred hall walked out and looked around in surprise. "Where is this?" Lu Xuanqing asked in surprise. The Divine Ghost Sword Saint said. This was the primordial star, also known as the True Spirit World. What? Planet Xi'an? The surrounding people were all stunned. This was the legendary True Spirit World. They had actually come. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. After so many years, he had finally returned to this world. He wondered how the people in this world were doing. In this world, the only thing he cared about was the Immortals' Limit Palace. Other than that, his friends had also stepped onto the ancient star road like him. Now, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu had returned with him. As expected, the two fairies' eyes flickered. Obviously, they were also emotional. "You're finally here." At this moment, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. Following that, a few figures flew over from afar. One of the figures was abnormally old. He had a very terrifying imperial aura. Obviously, his strength had reached an unparalleled level. The surrounding people were talking about who this person was. Was he an expert on planet Xi'an? He was too powerful. However, Lin Xian and the others frowned. What was going on? One had to know that when they left, There were sages in the true spirit world, but there were not many. Now, one of them had reached the sage king level. Could it be that there was a big change here? In particular, what surprised Lin Xian was that he found that the clothes these people were wearing were very ancient. Could it be that they were also living fossils that had been resurrected recently? He was really too surprised. At this moment, the Silver Corpse Holy King walked over and said respectfully, "Royal Father." "What?" The surrounding people were all stunned. The Silver Corpse Holy King actually called him father. Who exactly was this person? His strength was too terrifying. But why did it look like he was only a Saint King? They really couldn't understand. Peerless Saint King and the others frowned. The old man glanced at Silver Corpse Saint King. Su then looked around and frowned. Why were there only 5 people? The Silver Corpse Saint King's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Something happened and we suffered heavy losses." What's going on? Aren't you the host of this event? The old man's frown deepened. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, father. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Who was this person? Also, who exactly was the Silver Corpse Holy King? Lin Xian asked Peerless Saint. Sage King Wang Wushuang also frowned. This old man was from the true spirit world. He came from the primordial grotto. This time, the Saint King was his son. Back then, the Silver Corpse Saint King was also very strong. He was a top genius. However, he was killed later on. Then, the old man personally hid him in the Yellow Springs and continued to cultivate. He had used a different method to survive and become a Saint King. The primordial grotto. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard that. Back then, this place was like a forbidden area. Like the nest of 10,000 dragons, it was an existence of the primordial race. Could it be that the Silver Corpse Saint King was also from the primordial race? No wonder he was so strong. He actually had a lot to do with the true spirit world. This old man was called Spirit Saint King Yen. This time, he didn't come alone. He brought many people with him. There were about 15 of them, each of them top experts and geniuses. This was a very large force. Together with the 5 people from the Acheron Hall. In other words, the Acheron Hall had about 20 people. It was double the number of people from Peerless City. They were originally at a disadvantage, but now they had the upper hand again. It was really shocking. It wasn't over yet. On the other side of the sky, more people descended. These people's auras were equally powerful. The people in the lead made the saints from the second astral realm exclaim again. Especially Lin Xian, his pupils constricted. He saw familiar people. They were from the Qin Chiu clan. They actually came here? What was going on? They didn't come through the sacred hall. It was really strange. The people who came were from the Qin Chiu clan. Leading them were the Saint King and Saint Queen. Behind them were also some young geniuses, but other than that, there were also some figures. There was even a Saint King. This was incomparably unfamiliar. Lin Xian looked at the other party's clothes and was surprised. It was the clothes of the Nine Li clan. The Nine Li clan was a top force back then. They were very powerful. But now, there was a Saint King, which really surprised him. The true spirit world was one of the 2 special worlds in the myriad worlds. It was definitely not as simple as one imagined. There were endless secrets buried here, and also endless experts. However, this place was very magical. After tens of thousands of years, it would reach its peak, then decline again, and the cycle would repeat. When you were here back then, it should be the process of gradually recovering from decline. After you left, the recovery degree of this place greatly increased. Therefore, these Saint Kings also repeated it. Some walked out of the divine crystals and fell into a deep slumber for who knows how many years. There were also some who had great changes in heaven and earth and obtained great fortunes, directly breaking through to become a Saint King. Lin Xian was greatly shocked after hearing. No wonder. Looks like the true spirit world had already undergone an incredible heaven-shaking change. But the Qinqiu clan and Nianli clan walking together still shocked him. Looks like there should be some connection between the two too. Actually, it was not just the Qinqiu fox. Lin Xian discovered that the other sacred cities were also connected to the true spirit world. For example, the Kunlun Pavilion was connected to the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool people also came and gathered together with Kunlun. This made Lin Xian shocked again. And apart from that, the Gu clan people also came. They met up with Gu Feng. Lin Xian sucked in a deep breath. Looks like the sacred cities of the second astral realm were connected to the true spirit world. To think that the true spirit world was inextricably linked to the true spirit world. This was truly inconceivable. The Qinqiu clan's Saint Kings and Saint Empress all looked at Qin Xianer. They wanted her to come over. However, Qin Xianer stayed by the closed moon Saint King's side, which surprised everyone. It looked like Qin Xianer should be a member of the Qinqiu clan. But why did she not dare to go over? Was she afraid of something? This scene made the Saint Empress's eyes burst out with a cold light. In fact, even the people from the Nianli clan had hostile expressions on their faces. Chapter 4279. However, Lu Weqing wasn't worried because they also had people coming to help them. That was the Moonflower Palace. Seeing this, the people from the Nianli dynasty all had dark expressions. They didn't continue to attack. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Saint King's Spirit Yen from the ancient grotto said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he rose into the air, and the people around him followed. Everyone entered the sacred hall again and flew. Not long after, they stopped again. When the sacred hall opened, Saint King's Spirit Yen walked out first, and the others followed behind him. This time, they felt an even more terrifying aura. This was Lin Xian, and he was also very surprised. There were hundreds of thousands of mountains in front, and there was indeed a valley in the mountains. It was very mysterious, and there weren't any demon beasts there, not even a plant. It was really strange. Saint King's Spirit Yen landed. Then he strode forward, and it seemed like he was going to the valley. However, he didn't dare to fly, and it was obvious that there was something in front of him that made him afraid. The others also held their breaths and followed carefully. When they finally arrived in front of the valley, Saint King's Spirit Yen stopped and said in a low voice, "The sacred hall has opened, and we are here to welcome the protector." Who was the protector? Lin Xian and the others were surprised, but they didn't say anything. A figure slowly walked out of the valley in front of them. That person was wearing an ancient Taoist robe, and his face was cold. He stood there like a supreme godly king, looking down on everything. At this moment, the surrounding Saint Kings all shouted respectfully, greeting the reincarnation protector. The surrounding saints were all stunned. Heavens, to be able to make Saint Kings bow their heads, what level was this protector at? Could he be a supreme saint? They couldn't believe it. Wasn't this a little too powerful? The reincarnation protector raised his head, and the stars in his eyes disappeared. He looked at the crowd. Then he smiled. This time, there were more people than expected. It was really gratifying. His voice was very low. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, as if all their secrets had been seen through. "All right, let me do it." As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the valley. Saint King Yanling took a deep breath and followed him. The others followed suit. After Lin Xian and the others entered the valley, Lin Xian and the others followed suit. He could sense that the aura here was even more profound and mysterious. It was as if the universe had been turned upside down. The reincarnation protector said. The third stage of the Tao discussion was about to begin. "I will send you into a strange world. And what you need to gather is the Sage King's will." This was something formed by the combination of the great Tao and the Sage King's own power after his death. As long as you can collect them, you will pass the third stage. Furthermore, possessing him was equivalent to possessing the key to the hidden Emperor Star. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Could a sage ruler's will lead one there? That was the place where countless great emperors were buried. Legend had it that it was a holy land of martial arts. If they could go there, they might really be able to surpass Saint Kings. For a moment, the eyes of these people turned red. The reincarnation protector did not say anything else. He formed a seal with his palms, and terrifying laws began to circulate around his body. In the next moment, he pressed his hands on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A black shadow rose from the valley. It was abnormally terrifying. It was a pagoda. There were 6 doors on the pagoda, and each door had a sinister face painted on it. It was abnormally terrifying. The 6 doors seemed to lead to 6 worlds. 6 paths of reincarnation. The reincarnation protector continued to form seals, and a terrifying power erupted. The 6 doors kept flickering with light. One of the doors directly opened, and the reincarnation protector said that you can enter now. Hearing this, everyone took a deep breath. The people from the immemorial grotto took the lead and entered. After them was the Acheron Palace. When the others saw this scene, they no longer hesitated and entered one after another. In the next moment, they felt the world spinning as they were teleported away. The power completely enveloped them. When everything disappeared, Lin Xian and the others discovered that they had arrived at another place. This was no longer a valley, but an incomparably dark ground. It was blood red. Some of the mountain ranges were filled with shocking killing intent. This place was like an ancient battlefield where countless experts had fought and killed each other. It was even more terrifying than the space formed by the second stage. Previously, countless geniuses had fallen in the second stage, but they were only sacred venerables. And those who had fallen here were very likely sacred kings or even more powerful. Moreover, there was more than one sacred king. Otherwise, the reincarnation protector would not have allowed them to collect the will of the sacred kings. All of a sudden, a dense fog appeared in the surroundings, causing the entire world to become chaotic. They could not see the scene in the distance clearly. Some people were shocked. Be careful. They held their breaths and activated their laws to resist. Lin Xian's eyes also erupted with a golden light. They walked forward. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking came from under their feet. Lin Xian lowered his head and found that they were stepping on white bones. Moreover, these bones carried extremely powerful Dao runes. It was obvious that these were the bones left behind by experts, but it was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed. These bones had long been shattered and could not withstand their power at all. These people continued to walk forward. Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. At the same time, Yurua also cried out in alarm. Stop! Hearing this, the people from Peerless City stopped. They frowned and asked, What's going on? Ling Huchuixue and the others were also puzzled. The surrounding people also cried out in alarm. Among them, some people who were proficient in illusions said, Don't go, there seems to be something ahead. Some people struck out their laws, and a terrifying gust of wind swept out, blowing away some of the fog. They saw that in front of them. There were many spiritual tombs, and those tombstones were like small mountains. It was very strange. And the aura they carried was as terrifying as a barrel. Obviously, those buried here were all terrifying powerhouses. Who was buried here? Could it be a sacred king? Some people exclaimed. At the same time, their eyes turned red. What the reincarnation protector had asked them to find was the will of the sacred king. Now that they had just arrived, they could see the tomb of the sacred king. It was really great. However, Yurua and the others were frowning. Holy kings were extremely powerful. Even if they died, they would not be weak. Their tombs were not so easy to break into. Lin Xian's expression was even uglier. He said, Everyone, pay attention. We are surrounded. Look around. They looked carefully. They found that the tombs around them had formed an encirclement, firmly enveloping them. What was going on? Why was this place so terrifying? Some people's faces turned pale. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He found that the area they were in was indeed surrounded by countless tombs. In this area, there were two other things besides them. One was an ancient altar that stood there silently. The other was a small hut. Obviously, someone had lived there before. Was someone guarding the tomb here? He was really too surprised. Lin Xian guessed that the Reincarnation Protector's 6 paths of reincarnation should have sent them to an ancient battlefield. And this ancient battlefield was very likely a forbidden area of the true spirit world. It was also possible that it was not in the true spirit world. Lin Xian even guessed that the 6 paths of reincarnation might be able to reverse time and space. Of course, he felt that this was not very possible. But no matter what, their current situation was not very good. This was because Lin Xian could feel an inexplicable sense of nervousness. This meant that something was threatening him. Chapter 4280. Ka! Just at this moment, the ground around them trembled. The ground split open, and skeletons crawled out of the ground one after another. These skeletons gave off terrifying pressure. Clearly, they were holy venerates. Black flames flickered in their eyes as a terrifying aura emanated from them. It can't be, right? The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. What should they do? Should they leave or finish off these skeletons? Just as Xiao Chen's group was caught in a dilemma, the skeletons attacked. 2 skeletons charged at Lin Xian. Both skeletons were middle-stage holy venerates. This was a great threat to regular holy venerates. However, it was still fine. These people had experienced the baptism of the holy halls before, and their cultivations had increased significantly. Otherwise, they might not have been able to resist the skeletons. On Lin Xian's side, he instantly faced 2 skeletons. The 2 gave off boundless killing qi. The terrifying world shook as the 2's palms turned into sabers and chopped at Xiao Chen. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Middle stage holy venerates? His figure flashed as he quickly left. At the same time, he unleashed his 9-yang divine body. Divine flames surged into the sky, forming a sun. This sun pressed down from the sky. Boom! The 2 skeletons were suppressed in an instant. Their bodies were trembling non-stop. The 9-yang divine flames spread out, encasing the 2. In the next moment, the 2 burned. Xiao Chen dealt with them so quickly. The surrounding people were shocked. This was too inconceivable. These skeletons were the equivalent of 2 middle-stage holy venerates. Could it be that the other party's strength had increased? It was him. The other party clearly did not increase his cultivation. These people gritted their teeth. Some people showed cold expressions. The other party possessed the 9-yang divine flame. The 9-yang divine flame was extremely tough and had an innate restraining effect on other cold things. That was why the other party was so strong. Lin Xian had just finished off 2 skeletons when another 3 charged over. Lin Xian snorted coldly and executed the 10 senses sword formation. A terrifying sword chi chopped apart the 3 skeletons. The other people were also incredibly strong, slowly shattering these white skeletons. However, these white skeletons shattered and reformed, forming even more powerful existences. For example, when Lin Xian killed 9 skeletons, the 9 skeletons regrouped and formed a skeleton that was even more powerful. Even Lin Xian was shocked. In fact, he was even forced back by the palm strike. It was too strong. Could these skeletons recombine with each other? Lin Xian saw that the 9 skeletons had 9 skulls with black flames dancing on top of them. The 9 arms descended and enveloped the entire area. The laws contained within the arms even suppressed the 9-yang divine flame. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Tiger Demon Fist. A terrifying aura erupted. On the other side, his palm was drawn in the shape of a golden crow. It opened and closed, and the 10 ultimate sword formation erupted with unparalleled power. He and the 9-headed skeleton fought fiercely. The tiger demon fist carried an indomitable force as it smashed into the skeleton's body, causing it to retreat. Then, the golden flames burned fiercely and engulfed the other party. The black flames on the other party's body were suppressed and kept cracking. 10 streaks of sword energy pierced through the bodies of these people. Next, Lin Xian and the others continued to fight. However, these white skeletons were endless. They could only be scattered, but they could not be completely destroyed. Once they were scattered, these white skeletons could be reborn again. They were simply impossible to kill. Gradually, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. These people were exhausted. There were also some experts who were injured. After all, no matter how strong they were, there was no limit to their strength. Even Lin Xian's face was pale. What was going on? What was going on? What was going on? Thinking of this, he coldly snorted and slashed 2 skeletons with his sword. Then, he strode forward. Unless they made a move on the tombs or the ancient altar, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Ordinary altars had extraordinary meanings. Therefore, he felt that the secret might be there. Lin Xian swept through everything. His powerful strength suppressed everything. He charged forward forcefully, and the laws on his body continued to erupt. The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. After half a day, he finally reached the front. He was only 10 meters away from the ancient altar. In front of him, there were only 3 skeletons left. For Lin Xian, it was not a problem. He was about to make a move, but at this moment, a low and strange voice sounded. "All right, all of you stop now." As soon as this voice sounded, everyone's hair stood on end. Was there anyone else here? It was obvious that this was not their companion, nor was it a protector, nor was it a holy king. Who was it? Was there anyone else here? Was it from the ancient tomb? Lin Xian's pupils also shrank. He was facing a great enemy, and did not make a move. Following this sentence, the surrounding white skeletons continued to shatter. They sank into the ground again. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone was shocked. Who could have such a method with just a sentence? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with golden light. He stared at the stone house. He knew where the voice came from. In the next moment, he saw an old figure walk out from inside. There was actually someone here. When the powerhouses of the other holy cities saw this scene, they were also shocked. No way, why didn't they sense it before? One had to know that they were all holy venerables, and there were many late-stage holy venerables. If there was someone here, they would definitely know. In the next moment, they looked carefully and then gasped. They realized that there was no aura on the old man's body. No wonder they couldn't sense it. In that case, was the old man alive or dead? If he was alive, why was there no aura on his body? If he was dead, why was he still alive? The world has changed, and the sun and moon have rotated. I didn't expect that someone would come after so long. It's really surprising. This voice was filled with power. The old man opened his eyes, and his gaze shrouded Lin Xian and the others. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. What did this old man mean? What was there to be happy about? That old man was as thin as a skeleton. Fortunately, the old man still had flesh and blood, but it was very little. There were really many people here this time. It seemed that they would be able to have a good meal this time. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the old man wanted to eat them? Even Lin Xian looked solemn. The old man didn't care about the fear of everyone. His eyes flickered, and then he pointed at Lu Xuanxin. "Come over here." Lu Xuanxin's heart skipped a beat, and she was about to cry. Was this old man going to eat her? The people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion also walked up and said, "What are you trying to do?" The old man smiled and said, "Why? Are you worried? I just want her to get some water for me. Old man, I haven't eaten for so many years, and I'm hungry. Get some water? I'll help you." A genius from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion said. Where is it? The old man pointed at a wooden barrel beside him and said, Where is the wooden barrel? Where is the water? This time, he was pointing at a tomb. Whether you can get it out or not depends on your ability. However, I don't think you can do it. Hearing that, the genius was furious. Isn't it just getting water? What's so impossible about that? He snorted coldly, grabbed the wooden barrel, and walked towards the tomb. In the next moment, the tomb split open and wrapped around him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.